Good morning, everybody. How we doing? 8 a.m. open trending green for the first time in a while. It could be a good day or Diddy daps as usual. What exactly is it? I've never heard of the Diddy dap. Is that is that a technical formation? Dump it open, pump all day, or pump it open, dump all day. Well, we'll find out. Let's see. Looks like futures is up about 18 BPS right now. Trading at around 45.73. So a small recovery this morning, but put interest has been picking up to the downside on SPX. So we'll see. NQ's performing a little bit better. Russell's down, Dow's up, VIX is up 4.7%. Dixie's up a little bit. Oil moved up 77.65 on futures. Yields above the 2 are down. The short-term yields are up. Put interest picked up to the downside on SPX this morning. Largely under 45.35, but the majority of interest on the options chain is still at 54.40 or 45.40, sorry. Good morning. It looks like we're going to open above 45.45 today in the bullish range. Starting to look that way, yeah. I'm in Siri. Ain't nobody making money on this play. Probably not. Hey, Girk, I just wanted to say your dippy daps look phenomenal. Thanks, Baradactyl. Good morning, Danimal. What's up, OG? Price action last week. Does it seem like we get an SLD? Or was it not enough? We got a little bit of one. There was some pretty big future block selling. There's some put interest building up to the downside, which would indicate that at least some margin deposits were made. And it seems like VIX has opened up a little. So we'll see. Obviously, negative 100 BPS is better than straight the fuck up, which is what happened the prior SLD. Can we talk about buying puts on Airbnb? It's somehow at 150. We could. Was PMI unremarkable? Let me take a look. PMI is out at 945. So we don't know yet. Win Siri MOASS. Is that what this stream card's about? Absolutely not. Hold on one sec. All right. Okay. Testing 45.50. QQQ is rocketing hard. So we got about 15 minutes till data comes out. 4,500, 45.50. Okay. Hmm. I ain't buying more cereal till we hit 6. That's fair. Or just don't buy more. It's super risky. Marty McFly just rang the opening bell. Does this mean we go back to 1984? Yeah. What happened with AMC this morning? I'm gonna assume it's not positive. No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I don't need to talk about that. I've been busy with work the last couple of weeks and haven't been able to follow. What did you all do to the market? JPOW give a presser where he rips his shirt off and screams AI? Not yet. That's scheduled for this Wednesday, actually. What's up, Darth? I see that. Hello. I'm guessing some of the put buying this morning was further dated since VIX is up. Yes. VIX is up quite a bit this morning and above 14. Maybe not for long, but for now. Ooh, how do I want to play this? Oh, shit. All right. Oh, that's fucking taking forever to load. Let's see here. I'll just wait on that, I guess. Futures moving. It looks like we're gonna test 45.82, which was Friday's high. 45.82.50. I wonder if this leads to a pullback in the rest of the 45.40 positioning. That got very flat very quickly. I still think there's more upside here. Let's see. All right. Net gamma. So some interest still at 45.60, which we're a little closer to now. Then it kind of falls off after 45.60 between 45.60 and 75. For all expirations, 45.75 is still the highest strike. 45.40 interest remains high. The put gamma that opened this morning is now a little bit buried, but it doesn't seem to be selling off. And calls have come in between 45.60 and 75 on the 0DT side as well. So a little bit of a pump. See where it goes. That's interesting. How's Siri looking? Fine. Liquidity? Let's see. Contracting a little bit on the 4-hour, but that was all in the pre-market. Decent amount of liquidity. I mean, better than they had on Friday and Thursday, but they're also using it more rapidly. So I don't know if it's going to last as long. Not quite as much as they got on Tuesday and Wednesday of last week. So still tight, but a little looser and getting eaten up a little more rapidly. A lot more rapidly. You know, let's see, we're 6 minutes into market open, and they've already used about 25% of the liquidity generated in the pre-market. So, yeah, I would say they're burning through it very quickly. Trying to get as much covering done as possible, I'd imagine. Halted down. Are there 45.50 puts still there? Which 45.50 puts? Maybe. They rolled out a bunch of shit last Thursday to August. Remember? And then they closed a bunch of shit on Friday. FUBO getting shorted on news. Me likey. Is this the bull market again? Not yet. SPX Gamma Max is at 46.21.25. Interesting. There's a lot of fucking interest that came in all at once. Teens staggered. Again, all expirations is still a little bullish. Well, at least up to 45.75. I wonder how much of that is sold. Skew. With something as risky as Siri, do you have days that are on your radar for pumps or dumps? I mean, I'm looking at like T2 and T5, obviously. Most of my risk avoidance for Siri is simply just not buying very much of it, right? How was Nvidia looking? It wasn't looking so hot into the end of last week, but today might be doing a little bit better. Yeah, it looks like it is. Finding some stability here at like 44 or 447. This may continue to drop. I mean, it wasn't a beneficiary of the rebalancing, right? Let's see how the call selling shakes out. I know towards the end of day Friday, we saw some sold calls pulled back, so we may see those placed again this morning. Nasdaq's now underperforming SPX, so those switched. Oil's up 70 BPS now. Dixie's falling off, now down to 13. VIX is staying still pretty elevated here. I'd say the most interesting part about this is we have all these pumps, and VIX is still relatively flat. You'd think they'd be selling a lot more puts. $55.75. 5 more minutes on that. Okay, so 45.50 has some a pretty decent amount of sold calls. It looks like for September. And maybe sold calls at 45.05 too. Yeah, those might be puts. I guess those are newer. Lots of sold puts at 4,500. A shitload of them at 44.60 and 65. 4,400 through 44.10 and 43.65. As far as how much longer this is gonna last, looks like it's kind of starting to lose a little bit of momentum here. ES attempting to test 45.85. Actually, it tested it, I think. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like it tested it and it failed. So let's see if it fails again. I'll probably just wait. Unless you caught the morning pump or you were straddled over the weekend. This is probably not a great time to enter anything. Yeah, data's in 3 minutes. Although I suppose a straddle here wouldn't be bad. Good morning, Trash. Our puts coming in at 4,600 for short dated. There's definitely sold calls at that level. I don't know if there's puts coming in at 4,600. Ooh, a little bit. There might be some volume there. That's weird. Hold on. Give it. Let me check something else. Do people treat you differently when you were born? No, I don't. Well, I don't think so. I don't remember. Guess who got assigned on $23 GMACCs Friday after market close and learned that options don't expire at 4 p.m.? It was me. They do expire at 4 p.m. It's just the right to exercise them continues. Could we just grind until FOMC? The stock's cheaper now. So you won? Sounds like a win. Can you explain why VIX 14p for tomorrow are green on the day? VIX went up today. So increased vol? Do you think we can MOASS SPX? Maybe. There's definitely interest up to like 45.75. So we'll see if that continues to be realized or if that turns around with the flash report that's coming out in 1 minute. So now it's really maybe only short dated stuff holding us up after Friday's expiry. Well, I mean, the surge of call buying here at Market Open is all pretty short dated. They may be trying to offset the market maker sell off from last Friday. Remember, they have to defend 45.25 and 4,500. Can you explain why VIX 14p? Should I have a stop on my overnight straddle long side? The straddle isn't positive here. The whole straddle or the long side of the straddle? If it dips and stops out, then rips my short leg would be left unhedged. It's true. You could always sell something against your short leg and limit its profitability. I mean, it depends on how much theta you have, largely. All right. Flash reports out. Looks like global manufacturing up 3 points above analyst expectations. Composite PMI down. And global services flash also down. So manufacturing up, composite down, services down. Mixed. I don't really think any of this is bullish here. Yeah, that doesn't look great. Let's see. All right, that hit NASDAQ a little bit harder. VIX pumped a little bit. Options. What to do? So, current prices, would you rather sell CSPs on GME or BTU? I'm thinking BTU given the commodities trend, but I'm curious to hear your opinion. Probably BTU. It's closer to its like a book value. Also, you know, one of those companies makes a lot of money. How long does the right to exercise go past 4 p.m. on the expiration date? You can exercise till like Saturday, usually. How do you stagger in the money calls? Do you target different expirations? Sometimes. 5% on my weekend straddle. GG. I hope you find exits on yours. I'm out of the long side now. We'll see if the short side prints. I've got a little more time on it, so thanks, Darth. When selling CSPs, is DN or GN helpful to consider? Yeah, absolutely. They're far safer generally below delta neutral than they are gamma neutral, but they do offer resistance. The 60s and 75s are still there. I don't think they're going to capitulate unless it leaves 45.40. And yeah, we're still pretty far from that. Although the failures on futures moved back past that midpoint mark from Friday. So let's see if we get a continuation here. I think it's possible. PMI miss isn't like great. Vertical. Let's sell a 55. See, I still don't like this. I really don't want to enter anything just yet. I see some call volume at like 4,600, but no put volume. There's a little bit of put volume at 45.90 and 45.80. Call volume at the money is still decent, but put volume ramped up after the after the flash report at 45.55, 45.45, and 45.50. So, and it looks like call gamma reduced a little bit. Still just a shitload of support at 45.40 though. So that should probably be the confirmation point. VIX is moving up, which is quite nice. I do like this. Calls. Danarchy, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude, if you need me to. I think you might just automatically be re-added, though. For 50, so I'm gonna sell that for 70. So hmm. 45. I guess sell the 50, 55. 40, 45. Options. Sorry, I'm just getting this built out before it slips too far. 45, 50. Coach. Son of a bitch. Oh, okay, that filled. Cool. So on Tesla 4540, 4525, 4500. We moved to 4600. No, but it gets a little riskier once we start falling below like fast gamma, right? Because then they have the opportunity to sell vol and try to turn around momentum. I think right now it benefits the bulls as much as the bears for it to fall below fast gamma or maybe even gamma neutral. When Siri Moon, I was promised millionaire status by today. No, you weren't. I saw an article about ZOM insiders only selling this year. Is this something to worry about for earnings Friday? They've sold $2.8 million worth of shares. I saw the same article. It's bullshit. B Watts 177, member for 20 months. Thank you so much, B Watts. I appreciate it, man. Stops are good. I like stops. They are. They are fun and good. Dad, I'm getting kind of hot and bothered right now. Nice. Tesla dead? Uh, Still fucking cliff diving. So, yeah. Nvidia cliff diving now? Cool. 45.75 calls are still green. As an insider enthusiast, I can confirm that ZOM is a buy. You would say that though, wouldn't you? Gherk, our stops FUD. Nah, I get hot and bothered every time I hear your sweet, sweet voice. Didn't you get a job, man? Stops are great. Stops on these fast moves, securing profits is great. Yes, it is. Is Fubo looking bearish still, or is drop sufficiently for a bounce? Still looks pretty bearish. I don't see any reason for it to bounce right now. It's testing 265, which is the first downside resistance. It looks like it's going to lose that. We'd be looking at 237, 223, beyond. This is interesting. VIX isn't supposed to go up. What the fuck is happening today? Chicago National Fed Activity Index is down negative 32. Well, that's way below the forecast. Okay. Well, we got some bill auctions coming up at 11:30. Ooh, 2-year auction at 1 o'clock. All right. So today's not nearly as bad as the rest of this week for economic data. Gap's still not filled. Let's see. ES found some support on 45.6875. Still like momentum favors the downside here. Okay. Oh. Forward returns are down another 40% from Friday. All right. Well, let's see what happens. Out of the money call positioning is looking a whole lot less bullish now. Is the Baba place still valid? You know, I looked at it last night and I didn't like it. So yes, I mean there's probably an opportunity to short there, but it's found quite a lot of support between 90 and 93, right? After that initial drop from last week. So I would probably still wait. Downward consolidation. At least see if it breaks up. Maybe if it broke down through 90, I'd feel more comfortable entering a short, but the range it's in is just not very good. There's supports too close. Supports at like $90, right? So why bother? This bounces back to 50, then I can sell. Ooh, yeah. That's what I want to do. Let's sell a 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50. Let's see if it gets a little higher. Otherwise, this is pretty attractive. Call pricing is down today. $50.55. Okay, I'll just wait. VIX back below 14 again. Been straddling SPY for a month. Paper trading, averaging around 2.5% a day, up 46%. I'm feeling pretty comfortable, but not sure if it's too quick to try with some real cash. I mean, if you're feeling pretty comfortable, sounds like your daily yield is pretty solid. Um, there's no way to tell you when you're ready. I would say that if you don't feel ready, then maybe you're not. Job equals listening to you in the background slash unemployed equals too poor to listen to stock stuff. I see. Oh boy. Would Siri shorts be trying to short hard today and cover at lows for T+2? I mean, they definitely are shorting hard. They're using up the available liquidity very quickly. So, at a far more rapid pace than they were on Friday. Probably a little bit closer to Thursday's attempt at shorting. We'll see. Still a couple hours before they run out of liquidity, probably. Dad, I'm getting kind of hangry right now. Okay. Time for a bounce back to 45.50. I wish, although it seems to have failed that. I was kind of hoping to get a chance to sell some calls there, but it kept slipping. I got a sign about half my Fubo Friday. Feels good. Nice. Gherk, I think you might say fortune favors the bold. How's liquidity on Siri? Just went over it. Locked in 20% profit on one of the pickles picks already this morning. I set my stops and hope to ride to 50%. Nice, dude. 2x my port this morning. Fucking A, dude. Awesome. Are we looking for the T+2 from the first Siri run up today? Or T+2 from the options expiration tomorrow for a run? I think both are valid, right? We have, there's Gamma from Thursday, and then there's all the puts that closed out of the money on Friday. That's SPX Gamma Neutral and Gamma Max are on the chart also. They're in Pickles picks, but they're on the chart as well. I think I'm learning some patience. I missed my target entry on the 45.50 calls when it was near 45.41. Instead of chasing the price up and trying to get in, I just simply didn't. Sounds like a smart move. Are you happy to see the crime dog go into the HOF? Wait, what? What crime dog? Claw range? Where can I find DN for stocks? Premium data services? Do you know DN on BTU? Thanks for all your help. No, I don't. Most premium data services aren't going to offer that. I can tell you Delta Neutral on BTU though, if you give me a second. Looks like Delta Neutral's at 1868. Win 50-cent stream card. That's not, I'm not doing that. When are we going to visit the Sirius XM satellites in space? Scruff McGruff is the reason I still know the zip code for Chicago, even though I've never lived in the Midwest. I think you might be like 2 years older than me. I never saw that as a kid. Although I didn't watch a ton of TV when I was that age. Are Bears actually putting up a fight for once? Not really, but they do own some puts. Do you think the BOJ decision will be more impactful than FOMC? No, because I don't expect the BOJ to do anything. Now, if the BOJ were to raise rates, then yes. But the chances of them doing that are very slim. Is Siri able to bounce today? Maybe later. Hmm. Oh, fuck. That already hit my mid price target? That was quick. Huh. I guess I need to put a stop on that. That was faster than I expected it to move today. Some hot speculation there. AT&T retesting 15. Are we going to lose 45-40? Or are we going to just fucking chop here all day? Out of the money call positioning still falling off. More out of the money calls are being sold. Put volume is insane. Hmm. So it seems really bearish. I feel like I should do something with that. 45, 45.50? Huh? Huh? 40. Uh, that's an awful lot of risk. Although it does look very attractive. Maybe I'll sell the 50-55. Less risk. Pays for my put. I do like that part. Although, if it's gonna go down, I could just sell this. Maybe I could get a 50 fill? Alright, hold on. Yeah, this looks like it's just gonna go down more. That doesn't look super fucking bullish. The last time that happened, it was kind of... a shit day, huh? Okay. Oh, nice. I'm gonna get a bounce here. Then I can sell the 50. Sell the 50 for a few bucks, that'd be cool. $45.50 is $2.50. That's $2 now. Okay. Is OPEX or GME looking like a flop? It didn't look like it was going to be anything last week. It still doesn't. How do I feel about my strangle? How do you feel about my strangle for Friday? 45.75, 45.45. Okay. I don't dislike that. I don't like the amount of theta you have. Carrying that overnight's gonna hurt, but maybe you'll get out of one side of it or the other today. Alright, boys. I've already ruined Siri. What stock's next? You guys buy puts? I'll buy the stock. So little patience. Hopefully chop because I have a meeting in 30 minutes. I kind of want it to go up. Is that selfish of me? Maybe. I hope it is. All right. So a little bit of out of the money interest picking up again. Let's see. Is this gonna fail? The 15 minutes still looks kind of bullish there. That's not fucking interesting at all. Higher low? Fuck. Alright. Retesting 45.79 again. I don't want to go long here. Right? 1393 on VIX. 45.51. It's the 55.60. Son of a bitch. 55.60 is $1.80 now. $1.90. That's kind of good. I guess the risk here is that it shoots back up to 45.75. Not a lot of good fucking options. I guess I just wait. More. Hey, T-Broke 15. Nice. Yeah, I saw it was moving this morning. Those are the crazy after-hours spikes on AT&T lately. I'm salivating over that dividend and current price, but I'm waiting till after earnings this week. Okay, fair enough. I mean, obviously, the remediation of like the lead lined, like copper lines might accelerate the time frame in which they get rid of that dividend. So, if that's part of the earnings call, then they could definitely see like a big drop in price again. Although it may not be. And the dividend's still locked in for a little while longer. Still on for a date somewhere out behind the Windies. I'll let you know. Every time you say Siri, my laptop starts listening. The real MOASS was telecom. That's recovered fairly well. Is selling Oxy CSP with a break even below 60 good for income? I'm fine with assignment for buy and hold. I guess so. I mean, it's a bit above my target for Oxy. I think I don't think it's impossible to buy at Buffett's price again at like 50, 55, 56. What the fuck is the spread there so awful? Okay, someone's just selling the absolute fuck out of the 45, 55, 60. Should that be me too? Why is this guy getting to have all the fucking fun? Probably JFresh. Probably. No, someone's selling a lot. A lot at that strike. The spread keeps getting blown out really hard. Hmm. 210. 225 is possible. 225 is pretty decent. Although this is arguably better. Let's see, what's futures doing? Futures is retesting 45.8250. Okay, 45.8250. Let's sell the 55.60 for 210, 225. Options 45.60 for 2. Bitch. Hmm. God damn it. Is Siri dead? No. Took a nice profit already in QCOM. Cool, dude. Thank you. Do you think it could go lower? Yeah, it could. But if you already captured the profits, I mean, it may not be worth chasing. I didn't plan on staying in it for very long because it can be impacted by Google and Microsoft's earnings this week. So it was kind of just a quick in and out and capture the repositioning of options on it. Can you explain a bit about when to choose a debit spread versus a credit spread for your SPX0 DTEs? Sure. they, I mean, they're two. One. You're betting on, flat or inverse the position, right? So a bull put spread, you're betting that the stock is either flat or moves up. A bear call spread, you're betting it's flat or moves down. Um, so you're generally selling credit spreads at resistances, either to the downside or the upside. Um, a debit spread, you're trying to capture a directional move, and you're trying to get exposure to that directional move, but within a limited range. Only 167 likes. What the fuck, people? Like the stream. I think 45.75 lotto ticket is worth snagging. 70 cents ain't bad. I don't really know if it is. It looks like a lot of the calls up here are being sold. Um, so it may not be that advantageous. Okay, I'm just gonna get a little greedy with this and take on the risk because it's tempting. It's very tempting. I get a little better than 50%. I don't know if I get a fill, but maybe I do. I guess I could close it if it slips too much. Is that 50? 55. Fuck. Let's see what happens. Maybe this is bad. Oh, this is tough. Can't commit to it because call interest is ramping up like crazy. Hey Girk, thanks for the J&J play. I got a poor entry and still printing. Question regarding entries. Do you often avoid entering at market open? I find it too volatile and hard to read. Sometimes. It depends. Not always. Sometimes I prefer to have my position open right at market open. It really depends on what my expectations are. Clip that. Voila. School stink. Video spreads. GG. Thanks. SPX back to 45.30. Not yet. Out of the money call interest on zero DTs is picking up, but I still think they're sold. The problem is they're being sold like at the money, and they could get squeezed back out, which I'm not a big fan of. And VIX is still declining, so I'm gonna wait. As much as I hate doing that right now, I'm going to. At least maybe until futures rejects. I get the feeling that this tries to push up higher. I could sell a put though. $40, $50, $45. Hmm. Is someone just selling boof loads of calls? It looks that way. How long will you stay in J&J? Now or the green line? I mean, the green line's my PT. I have some longer dated calls on it also, so those I might keep open, but the shorter dated shit I'm gonna close right away. My Friday spy puts haven't moved at all with this bounce. Does that mean calls being sold or puts being bought as price rises? I think we're seeing a lot of calls being sold right now. It looks like it because the spreads on the calls, like the spreads on the calls keep collapsing, and the bids keep getting shoved down. So I'm assuming someone's selling large numbers of calls currently, which is bearish, but it's not that bearish, and it's definitely not bearish yet. Sell to open? Yeah, I think they're selling to open. The reason I'm kind of hesitating here is I feel like with the longer dated interest on 4560, we could still test that. A lot of them are 0 DTE. There may be more being sold further out, but I'm not looking at the volume on all the strikes on the intraday. If I could sell those above the median price, that would be fucking awesome. So we left a little gap behind. Yeah, I guess I just keep waiting. Yes, looks like it's not doing too great at resistance here. But I guess we'll see if some volume comes in. So, like, I don't think another test of, like, 4590 is out of the question. And so I'm trying to wait to see if that plays out, and then if it does, I can sell calls in a much safer range. JPAL gonna pump us past 4600 on Wednesday? I don't think so. I mean, I think JPAL is just gonna raise rates. I don't know how much he's gonna raise rates. 0.25 is my expectation, but there could be reasons to go higher. August 4th, enough time for FOMC and Microsoft's earnings this week without decaying too much? Well, it doesn't matter. It's happening So why bother asking, Matt? Does AMC look primed for an OPEX run with a crazy borrow rate, options interest, and on threshold? No, I don't think so. I think there's just like a big arbitrage play there with Ape, and even with a court decision, they're still going to try to move to ensure that that dilution happens, right? Why not just play ES directly? Sometimes I do. I don't like the risk that comes with carrying futures contracts generally. JPEG doesn't have the stones to shake the market with 0.5. You may not have a lot of choices soon. Oil's at 78 now. Oil futures are at 78. Brent's already additive to inflation. I think wheat limit up for the day. Food and energy are the only thing that the Fed's made any headway on, and both of those are currently under threat. Hmm. These are rising. What's BTU doing today? Down a little. Hmm. Yeah, futures options reduces some of the risk. All right, I'm starting to feel a little more confident in selling these. Why is there still so much fucking gamma there? Volume's beginning to dry up a bit. VIX seems to be stabilizing. Uh, has the dollar moved much more in a direction to pressure JPOW? I mean, the dollar is around 101 right now. It's up a little bit on the expectation that the Fed is going to increase rates, right? But if the Fed does 0.25 and like B of E and EU do 0.5, we're going to fall behind, and that's going to increase import prices and ramp up the price of oil. Yeah, food too, actually. Is my 10C on Siri for September 15th dead? I'm seriously considering exiting it now for a 50% loss. Do whatever you want. Thanks to whoever mentioned DFLI last week. These great value for BTU. What is BTU book value? I think it's like 20 something. 2401. So it's trading like $2 below book. I'm leaning on 0.5. I don't know. He should, but I don't trust him to do what he should do, right? I do think maybe now the realization that a hawkish pause was a terrible fucking idea might be setting in. But if they were gonna do something extreme, I don't think they'd do it until Jackson's Hole. Inflation came in year over year, down year over year for 12 straight months. Okay. But if inflation increases month over month by 0.3, it starts to go back up again, and the year over year decline is over. Then inflation starts accelerating to the upside again, right? Also, all of the inflation improvements have been food and energy. The vast majority of improvement in headline inflation has been because, well, frankly, because oil's been cheap. Oil's less cheap. Brent crude is already additive to inflation as of last week. So those tailwinds are becoming headwinds again, right? Not hiking 0.5 would just cause more inflation from what you said. So it seems like he's boofed himself into a corner. He's in a tough spot. I don't know what the Fed does to solve it though. Like there's no good solution, right? And if they increase quantitative tightening or if they raise rates in a more extreme fashion, banks are going to fail. Probably systemically important ones, right? Especially if they increase quantitative tightening. But if they don't do something, the velocity of money keeps going up. And that's going to become additive to inflation as well, right? If he does 0.5, does a bank fail by Friday? I don't think banks are prepared for a surprise. So yeah, I mean maybe a regional. Pac W probably can't handle it. Wall might not be able to. I'm not sure B of A can handle it. I mean, it's very possible that he does 0.25 and we see a bank failure. The better solution was to hike rates sooner. It's too late now. Yeah. He should have done more faster last year. And he should have been more aggressive instead of letting the asset bubble reinflate. So now, 1 year later, a little more than a year later, we're at the same spot we were a year ago. At the end of their tightening cycle, they've done fuck all. This is the strangest morning price action I've ever seen on the SPX 1 minute chart. Yeah, it's a little weird today. That's why I'm kind of taking it slow. There's actually, I mean, I guess I would describe it as a struggle, which is strange, but there's call sellers on the upside here. There's call buyers at the money and in the money. And then there's put buyers across pretty much the entire range we've traded in today. I don't think they're sold puts. Um so the bullish momentum is kind of hanging on like the 50 to 60 strikes. 40 to 60. Let's say 40 to 60. Although I think if we get back towards 40, we're gonna lose the level. So it's very tight. Someone will win at the end of it, but we don't know who yet. Wait. So you mean that the Fed's actions did nothing? Surprise, Pikachu. Does that mean we've landed softly? No, it means we've never even approached the fucking runway. Good morning, ending. Keeping rates where they are longer would have an effect, right? Eventually, it'll come back down to 2%, but that's not the only purpose, right? I mean, if we keep rates flat and EU and Britain raise, we're going to lose all that foreign capital, right? The dollar is going to slip and our import costs are going to rocket, which is going to bring inflation back up again. So he's got to keep rates higher, right? And I mean the Fed's own projections put them at 5.75 to 6, right? Like their econometric models all show 6% over the next like 6 months, right? So I mean, and obviously they're trying to pin the lower end of that by moving us to like 5.5, 5.75, and hoping that the rest of the lagging effect catches up before they need to move higher. But oil's moving up. Like they're not going to stop it, right? OPEC's going to continue cutting until the market price is, in the range they want, frankly. And we get another round of high energy prices. And don't forget that Europe could still have a cold winter, right? And inflation everywhere is right back where it fucking was. Maybe even pushes higher. Core has gone nowhere. I mean, they've made no fucking headway on core at all. It's been sticky as fuck. I mean, I do think over time, yeah, we'll hit that 2% target, but immediately there's problems. Bob Iger of Disney put roughly a third of the company up for sale last week per Bloomberg, declaring Disney's linear TV assets non-core. That includes TV networks, ABC, FX, and Freeform. Interesting. Okay. I I actually don't hate Disney trimming fat. Huh. I'm starting to think inflation wasn't transitory. Well, it would have been had they actually effectively destroyed any significant amount of money supply. Over time, like 10 years? I mean, possibly. It could be, I mean, it could be a pretty long time till we see 2%. 20, maybe like 2025, 26. We probably won't see 0% interest again for 5 or more years. I think we'll see it before decades because the Fed will over tighten, right? The Fed always over tightens. So we'll hit actual deflation and then they'll start lowering rates to ease. and bounce us back out of it. The Fed is too slow and reactionary. Yeah. But I mean, that's the like our government's designed that way. It's almost like JPO was like, all right, guys, I won't crank rates if you promise to be responsible. And everyone was like, oh, yeah, well, be responsible. And then they weren't. Yeah. When did the quants say the housing market is crashing, contracting? It's starting to. We're starting to see I mean, first of all, who the fuck would have ever expected people to finance $600,000 homes at 7%? I mean, you've really got to be a special kind of idiot to do that, right? Uh, and we're likely to see loans hit 8% this year, but we are starting to see some interest finally leave that market. So housing prices are coming down regionally, uh, harder in some places than others, but we are starting to see the bigger markets begin to contract. Housing is always very, very slow, and then it kind of picks up steam really quickly. But it's the momentum build up there is generally very grindy. I mean, like the housing market didn't bottom after '08 until 2012. Obviously, expectations are now that it would move faster because pricing is more efficient due to like things like Zillow and Redfin and stuff. But um, still a ways to go. 1 in 7 cars are 90 days late on payments. 1 in 5, 60. 1 in 30. 1 in 3, 30. 20K repos per day. Yeah, meanwhile, Carvana is trying to sell people the idea that they're going to be a successful company. People do not, people not thinking about the future. People are still refinancing where I'm at. To clarify, finance $600,000 homes that are worth 350 to 450. Yep. That they're paying 1.2 million or like 1.5 million for over 30 years, right? What about markets that aren't contracting? What do those people do if they want to try and own San Diego, for example? Those markets are just usually hit. They're actually hit really hard. They're just hit last. If you look at if you remind me, I'll try to find it. There's a really good research report on Southern California housing, like Orange County, San Diego, and LA. I believe it covers, and it covers the decline of house prices from 2008 through like 2014, and they survived. Like the home prices stayed very, very high, for a really long time there. Um, Far better than a lot of other markets. But when they did come down, they came down rapidly. They didn't last long. The dip was over after like 6 months, but bigger they are, the harder they fall. There was like a 6 month period there where like only a few houses sold. It was like under like 300 home sales in the entire region. Try $1 million home on 7%. My friend is that idiot. He got pressured by a family to buy a home. So I don't even know what you do with that property. Like you'll never be able to rent it in the future. Not at a rate that's equivalent with your mortgage, right? I mean, you're talking what, a fucking $10,000 a month payment on that? It's just insane. Even for a high earner, that's a lot of fucking money. When rates drop back down to 2.75, housing values will jump 275%. What if rates go to 9% before they go to 275? What's your plan for that? Historically, housing begins to pull back 16 to 18 months after the first rate hike. I'm looking at early Q1 2024 for the correction to begin. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think if we can determine that inflation is not going to be solved in the next 6 months, the housing market will start to take a bigger hit. Also, 8% mortgages are going to be rough. Do you think that if the Fed didn't raise rates, would inflation to be at the levels they are today? Inflation would be much higher if the Fed hadn't raised rates. Well, actually, maybe it would be about the same. I'm not sure that the rate increases actually did anything beneficial. They kept liquidity in the markets, but that's about it. I think there's actually, you might not be wrong. There's a pretty good case to be made that the Fed could have done nothing and inflation would be right where it is now. Anyway, never let anyone bully you into making large financial decisions. Yeah. People are going to default, Yaga. That's usually when the housing market begins to reprice, is when they're defaulting on their cars, they're defaulting on their credit cards, right? They'll default on their homes last, but they will default on them. Buddy's buying homes in Highland Park, Colorado for 7 to 800K. Most are families making 120 to 200K as a house. They'll have to carry a 200K loan anywhere they go. Yeah. My doctor friend purchased a 700K house in Ohio. I think the home should actually be worth like 350 to 450. Well, probably. Are there any worthwhile positions available for BTU earnings this Thursday? Why? I mean, BTU is like a long-term buy and hold. I don't see the benefit to trying to play it. Like I know it's a stock we all talk about a lot in here, but not everything's like great for YOLOing options on. There've been some opportunities, like a few quarters ago, I went long one of their earnings because I had expectations of cash flow beating, and it did, and it paid off. And so people get hung up on that, and they keep trying to play options on it, but it is like a buy and hold. It's something that you probably need to hold for an extended period of time. I don't really think its price volatility is all that great. um there's a persistent bear case on it that's really probably not going to go anywhere until it's forced to. um so yeah, and like IV isn't that great. Like it's fine for selling covered calls if you own it. Like it can provide some additional yields that way. But I don't understand why people want to own large quantities of calls on it, or constantly be exposed through options for it. It's just not that great for that, right? I mean, they're doing a share buyback over a number of years. And it's kind of like a cash cow. So I mean, a lot of the value in it is going to be put forward in the form of like dividends and special dividends, right? Which you'd want to have share ownership to capture. I talked to some old people that think housing won't take too big a hit. They paid 10% back in the 70s, but they don't realize 10% on a house 2 to 3 times salary is different than 5 to 8 times salary. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they were buying houses in the 70s for fucking 50 grand, 20 to 50 grand, right? And paying 10% on them, which is totally different. And wages really haven't changed that much. My great grandpa was like a petroleum and like a petroleum engineer or something for Texaco and Exxon, or well, Esso and then Exxon. Like way the fuck back when. And he was making like 70% of what a fucking like a site engineer makes for them now. And that was in like the fucking 40s. Like I've seen his like pay stubs and shit. And he was making like, I don't know, 80K a year before taxes plus stock options. He's probably taking home like total like 100K a year. And that job now pays like 150, 175. But everything costs fucking 6,000% more, right? Are we about to pump or fail? Well, this has been the question for the entirety of this morning. I don't know yet. 4560 interest is continuing to rise. Uh, but I still think a lot of the calls in this range are being sold. So I'm kind of waiting to see if we test 4560 and then what happens there, but we haven't tested it yet. Futures keeps failing before the like lower than this morning's high, right? I think if we're gonna have a breakout, it's gonna be when volume's low. So maybe in the next hour we test like 45, 60, or 70. Yeah, but I bet he also had to finance a 600K house at 7%. Yeah, no. I think their house cost them like $15,000. The house I own now is bought by my grandpa for like 30K in the 70s. He paid it off in less than 10 years. Thanks, grandpa, who I never met. Yeah, that's nice. So, what you're saying is that we should all travel back in time and get jobs in the past. Fuck, just buy it. You don't even need a job. Just take some money, go back in time, and buy S&P. But you younglings get it good. You paid 50% more than me, and you can't afford. You get paid 50% more than me, and you can't afford rent. But we bought our home when we were in our 20s. You just need to cut out the avocado toast. I mean, yeah, that's accurate. Think of all the extra money you'd have if you didn't eat avocado toast. Gork, I've returned from the past. I YOLO'd my life savings into Enron. How did it go? Oh boy. Surprise. Not well. Obviously, you never saw Time Cop because they would stop you from buying the S&P. I haven't. You're right. I mean, boomers are half right. They are. Our generation spends way too much money on bullshit. Nobody ever wants to reduce their quality of living in the short term to improve their quality of life in the long term, right? And none of my friends budget or save. Um, even the ones that make really good money blow all of their money on stupid shit. So they're partially right, right? Like our generation just doesn't like we don't want to sacrifice any luxury ever. Um, but at the same time, everything is more expensive, and we don't make a lot more money. I don't understand the complaining. Me and my wife just work normal jobs. We have a nice house, cars, and food. We're not rich, but it's not as hard as the kids are making it sound. Yeah, but how long have you had those things, right? I mean, it's timing, right? If the best time to invest was always yesterday, and the further back that goes, the better off you are. I haven't been around for a couple weeks. What's the short story on Siri? A lot of the options chain blew up, and there's a big like arbitrage play on it. I'm not sure it's actually gonna do anything, but if it does, it could be pretty epic. So we're kind of watching it to see what's gonna happen. I only own 4 iPads. That is not excessive. We've bought all our big items in the last 3 years. Hmm. The best time was not yesterday, Girk. I know this for a fact because the markets were closed. The house I bought in 2020 doubles in 3 years, and so did interest rates. That's a totally different story than someone who bought the house from you, right? At double the price and triple the interest rate. Location makes a big difference too. Most of the ones complaining are in high cost of living areas, but there are more high cost of living areas now than there were 10 years ago. So it becomes over time it becomes less and less simple to just say, all right, well, I'm going to move, you know, somewhere with, less amenities and less population density and save a ton of money. And that can also take you away from your employment, right? So there's a balance. Not everybody has the option to live somewhere cheaper. I can't afford to buy the house I just sold. Yeah, there you go. Not sure if this is your cup of tea, but I recently read the book Die with Zero. It was an interesting career contrarian take on traditional retirement planning. It's by Bill Perkins. I haven't read it. I'm gonna check it out though. So we bought our place in 2017. It's appreciated 66%. My brother bought his in 2013. It's more than tripled. I can't imagine how my little one will afford to rent a place at this rate. Yeah. I talked to an old dude who invested in $1,200 60 years ago in an acre and a half and now doesn't want sewer drains. I said the sewers are coming and the old folks need to stand down. What the fuck are you talking about? Uh, Even the wife and I, make really good money, are struggling to justify ever moving, considering the housing prices and interest rates. I mean, now is just a terrible time to buy or move or do anything, right? So, holy fuck, today's boring. Is this a Head and Shoulders? They broke into a Head and Shoulders. It's so awful. Are we gonna get a bounce here? Even if we do, it looks like it's just gonna suck. Is this just repositioning? I mean, VIX isn't dropping that hard. It's down from this morning's high, but it's not like it's rocketing down or anything. Still higher than Friday. Hmm. Still think I'll get one more opportunity to sell these fucking spreads, but it's not looking phenomenal. I really want to sell 55.60. We're also not scared to travel to work. Now everyone wants to work from home. Well, that's because it's cheaper, right? Working from home is cheaper. It's less time consuming. You can be more productive. And most jobs really don't need you to be there, but especially professional jobs. Imagine being an 18-year-old right now trying to buy anything with no job experience. Come on, boomers in chat. Try to remember. Everyone does have the option to live cheaper. Have you seen the inner city camping fad? I'm going to start building shanty towns. What's up, Mike? Is 45.50 a big support? No, not really. About a manufactured home while rent rocketed? People who started in a rural area 30 years ago could just happen to be in a HCOL area today and just be stuck. That's true too, yeah. Nothing changed with Siri? No, I don't think so. They got downgraded this morning. Trying to get some liquidity, but let's see. Yeah, liquidity's starting to dry up a bit here, so we'll see if we start to see some upside. There we go. Little push. Ooh. Hmm. 75 the target here. So if they were selling calls at 60. Yeah, I think this can still go up a little more. I still I still want to see futures test 45.90. I guess if they fail 85 here though, that's gonna be I don't know if that's gonna be bad or that's just gonna mean more fucking chop. It seems like 45.50 is getting defended pretty hard. So there's a lot of put volume at 45.50 also, right? So there isn't a lack of short interest today. And we have the market maker, well, at least earlier the market maker is hedging off the expiration from Friday, right? Although I'm not really sure those conditions have improved greatly. Hmm. What does 45.90 put us at? About 45.70, right? Well, it seems like 45.50 is getting defended pretty hard. I'll sell my house here and live in my Model X that I can't afford until the market resolves. No utility bills. Don't you have to charge it? I wonder how that guy on Wall Street bets with 1600 Siri contracts, strike 15, is feeling about buying more Siri shares. I can't imagine buying shares of it. Did, did someone just buy like a shitload of shares on it? Why? You can't sell covered calls, they're not worth anything. Are these increasing number of 4560s being bought or sold? I think both. I think there's a lot of people selling like either selling naked calls at 4560 or spreads. And then I think there's also longs buying calls there. Do you make your thumbnails right before you stream? No. People on the Discord make them. I'm opening a capsules apartment complex like they have in Japan. Only $500 a month for a capsule and 10 square feet of storage space. That just sounds like a New York City studio. Are we gonna get a sick collapse of civilization soon, or just like an ouchy economic ouch ouch? Maybe more like an ouchy ouch ouch. 100 years, 100K a year is three people making $17 an hour for 40 hours. Who has three working adults in their household? I mean, not many people. Monday, after $2.3 trillion of options expiring, yawn. I mean, that's usually the effect of like big expirations is that the next day is kind of fucking boring. I googled how to increase my tea holdings, and now I'm getting spam emails from cheap overseas Viagra and texts from Carl. What do? I just wanted telecom stock. Yeah. So by the way, if you go long tea, you're gonna get harassed by Carl. It's just part of the deal. Anyone that lives with roommates, parents with millennial kids, we need to change the average family to just cringy thruples. Interesting. That offsets the cost of childcare. Buying an at the money call 9:55 a.m. was the only play. Boring day after massive OPEX. Same like refractory period. Same like repositioning usually. Are you looking for a failure of 45.90 at ES for a bear call spread selling? Yes, although I'm not sure I'm gonna get it. This may just fail here at like 45.86. It still looks kind of bullish, sorta. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. It's really fucking slow, but I think we'll get there. We're only $3 off. Who's got earnings tonight? No one big. Biggest one is like CDNS and NXPI. So not too interesting. Way over leverage and QQQ puts. Let's do this. Nice. Baba is running. Did it finally find some support? Ooh, yeah. Was there news? Holy fuck, it ran super hard. J&J rules. It's having an okay day. Why not do 45.60, 45.25 bear put spread? Interesting. For what day? Not today. It's not even. I just buy a 45.60 put. Neo is up 10%. Did China announce some sort of new quantitative easing package or something? I don't think we're trading up for this week because we're over 45.45, but I think we're trading up for today because we're over 45.45. So Syria's just not gonna MOASS? Do we need to start calling Kenny? No, we don't need to do anything. Just need to wait. It's still above the puts, right? I think people are expecting a China government stimmy. Okay. Wow, that makes sense. Now I want to kind of fucking short Baba. Hmm. Careful with Upstart because Nvidia looks like it's gonna break out. It's testing 45.50 right now. This will either lead to a bunch of calls being sold or a bunch of calls being pulled back. Bots. Yeah, and Upstart's still above 52.50. Hmm. I hate everything about today. $45, 60, 65. That still looks pretty good. That hasn't peaked yet. Yeah, I don't think this is. I don't think this is done. I still think we see more upside. It's just really fucking slow. I'm about to live 1K less per month because of student loans. Yeah, that's starting soon. That's probably gonna hammer consumer confidence into the second half of the year too. I need to buy a new refrigerator, but it has to be under $1,500. Any recommendations? Buy a commercial one, which for restaurants going out of business. Why is Upstart related to Nvidia? What's the goal with the current vertical you have lined up? Not going down, I assume. So I mean, I keep changing it, but I want to sell bear call spreads. I just don't think we've seen the top yet. So ideally, I'd like to sell them at the top. I'm hoping my patience pays off because if we slip ahead of time, I'm just not going to be able to sell it at all. When do student loan payments resume? September? Hmm. I think so. I don't know. I paid mine off. So I'm not really sure when they start back up. But I think it's September. Like beginning of September? It's October? Okay, thank you. I know it's still a couple months out, yeah. Okay. Thanks guys. So October. How many more missiles can North Korea fire at Japan before they unleash Godzilla on them? That doesn't that's not how that works. QQQ is going to drag SPX down, it looks like. Maybe. Although QQQ's been doing okay today. Not as good as S&P, but it's kind of holding its own. It's stayed up. Ooh, snow's dropping even more. Nice. Am I gonna hit all the price targets on the Pickles picks in one day? This is annoying. Console alert triggered on my phone. It's my buy GME indicator. Forgot about that one. I will say that the younger generation is in a bit harder of a spot. There's more, also a cultural factor for them. It's hard, but it's not as impossible as some of them would like to think. Not everybody has the gumption required to persevere in today's economic climate. Although I guess that's always been true. It's just that the people that didn't really have that back then could still survive. You didn't have to fucking hustle to make it, right? You could kind of just drift through life. 45 minutes behind and catching up. A special kind of idiot checking in. I know you bought a house, Brett. I'm sorry. Thing is, in the past, you could simply exist. A cashier could buy a home and support a family. Now you have to strive for an above average career to live an average life. Yeah. Although wages have increased the most at the baseline, which is actually a good thing if it continues. It won't, but it would be if it did. Wells Fargo was mad when I called and immediately paid off the mortgage I had just opened. I did that with a car one time and they got super pissed at me. They kept like losing my payment and trying to charge me interest. What happens to J&J's regard strength from this morning? I don't think it's going to move up as hard over the rest of the week. But it already moved above my mid target. And came pretty close to my short-term target. I'm gonna stay long it, but I closed out the. I took profits, I think, already on the short-dated position. Yeah, looks like I got stopped out of it around 11. But I still have the September position, so I'm still targeting a move higher. I just don't think it's gonna be as rapid. I think from here it'll start to grind. I'm actually surprised it ran so hard this morning. If they make their announcement on the Kenview sale today, it's possible that it'll run harder. Thoughts on the writer actor strike? I don't know. I mean, we'll see how effective it is, I guess. It's gonna it's gonna be a problem for content creation in the next over the next year, right? Because so many ongoing production, well, lots of ongoing production is gonna have halted. When buying my truck, the guy was giving me flack, so I asked if he preferred I put the total on my credit card. He got nice real quick. Really? Usually dealerships fucking hate it when you don't finance. The thing people discount is that women entered the workforce, and that has increased demand on housing. So our parents' housing era will forever be better. Women were entering the workforce in the 70s and 80s. At a far faster rate than they are now. Right now it's closer to equal. Still a ways off, but we spent 2 days last week bouncing between ES 4585 and 4590. If we don't bounce down from in here, is it going to do another big move up? I mean, right now the positioning doesn't look like we're gonna move up in a significant way, and it looks like Nasdaq's starting to drag on the S&P. So I mean, we failed to test 4587, unfortunately. So I'm gonna miss out on the opportunity to sell those covered calls or the spreads. Let me see how much of a breakdown we have on the call side because of that. Okay, yeah, so interest above 45.60 seems to have fallen off. I'm gonna see if I can get a little bounce out of this here. And I think I'm gonna try to sell spreads above 45.60 on whatever pullback happens here. If we even get one. It's so shitty. Maybe we retest 45.55. I will say that today does have that feeling of like a zero DTE setup for like a big end of day pump. Given that the call wall to the downside's so strong. They've been striking for months now. I'm sure there's plenty of third world aspiring writers and actors. Maybe. Now with OnlyFans, the workforce is entering them. Wait, what? Am I crazy for feeling like executives are signaling that they believe the economy is going to get worse by not doing more to avoid strikes? I mean, maybe to some degree. Although they have to be upfront with their investors. So I think they're signaling the economy is getting worse because they know they're not going to make as much money over the next 2 quarters or year than they did in the first 2 quarters of this year. Holy fuck, this is so awful. Put volumes increasing on the downside, which I actually think they're not sold. But still no movement on VIX. Hmm. So Nvidia's selling off. It's rejected at resistance. So Nvidia back to retest 440. Man, Nvidia kind of looks like shit right now. This is the longest period of shitty looking price action on Nvidia since the beginning of this year. Hmm. I wonder if I should short it. Strikes will end when all the previous deals on new shows expire. After new SAG and WGA rules are made, studios renegotiate new shows. So I had to take a work call. Gotta go for a bit, but I'll be back later argue about economic and cultural issues plaguing today's young adults. Thanks, Pug. I'll see you later, man. Win 45.25. We're still a ways away from that. If we break under 45.40 today, I think we can absolutely see it. But let's worry about 45.45 first. Is out of the money interest even really contracting here? It feels like it's not. Or I'm just being a bitch and not selling this fucking 55.60s and everyone else is. Okay, there's the uptick that I wanted to sell on. guess if I sell the 60-65 here, then I can always buy a 55 to hedge later if I need to. Hmm. Tesla finally finds support. 45, 256.61. I need to re-enter a position on that. Let's see if it bounces back. I'd like to see it bounce back to 275. I don't know if it will, but at least 260, above 266. I'm sorry if you covered this. Work is being work and keeping me from the stream. What's your expected time frame on Siri if it does something? I'm looking at today, T2. Tomorrow, which is T2 from the expiration. So T2 from the run, T2 from the expiration, and then T5. I don't really have like a risk limit on it. But maybe like if it slipped back below the $5 puts, I'd be concerned. Right now, I'm not really worried about it. It's still way above where the put interest was. Tesla failed 265. Good time to re-enter a short. Did it? Hold on, I'm looking at it on the 1 hour, and I want it to still move higher. No, I think 266 is a much better resistance. Even like 267, 68 would be a better range to enter a short. I wouldn't pick one up here. I don't like it. When do I start panicking about Siri? How much did you buy? If you bought so much Siri that you're panicking, or feel that you will need to panic in the future, you bought too much of it. Are they failing here? Not yet. I mean, I don't want them to fail. I want to sell my call spreads. Although, yes, this is starting to look more bearish. Give me more ups. I swear to fuck I'll sell 450s. How much are the 450s? 45.50? 45.50, 55? I sell the whole fucking spread in the money. I don't give a shit. $3? So I take on $4 risk. There we go. Yeah, keep going. Are you trying to time the top of that right shoulder? What? Maybe? It's being such a little bitch. Gork, we're in the green box. Why are you making bearish plays? You know, that's an excellent question. Let me get back to you. About roughly $300 on Siri. If it doesn't MOASS, I'm financially ruined. Not even ramen can save me. Have you tried stripping? That's like an hour of lap dances. BA earnings coming up. Think about selling in the money cover calls. Any thoughts on how they could perform in a downturn? Hmm. Airlines have been buying a lot of planes lately. I don't know if that's going to continue throughout the rest of the year. I guess that would just depend on how much war we get, right? More war, more money. 300 an hour for stripping? Yeah, easy. I have the answer to the green box bear play question. It's because you have a small account. PDT is corrupting your mind and turning you into a poor. Hmm, maybe. I'm not going to say that you're wrong. It could be corrupting me. I think we'll hit 4450 this week. That'd be fucking really cool, but probably not. Maybe 4475. We'll see if gamma neutral keeps moving up. Tesla breaking 265. It's still a little too soon. Oh shit, they sold. Nice. Status on Siri. It's super fucking boring. It's been dropping most of today. It's still above the puts at $5 and $4. They got an analyst downgrade this morning. I'm sorry, did you say 300 an hour? Yeah. I'm in the wrong career. Possibly. Tell us again how Siri will save our ports. It won't. Some only make $30 an hour. Where? Where are strippers making $30 an hour? I have to pay to work my street corner? The library? Nice. How's the liquidity chart doing on Siri? I mean, they're getting some liquidity today. On the longer term time frame, it's contracting a little bit. Not a lot. But on the intraday, they're running out of liquidity. So, like, the liquidity they got this morning is about tapped out right around here. So hopefully we start to see some support into the end of today. Which should be a little bit above trend. That's still very early. It looks like a lot of people are over leveraged on Siri, huh? Maybe. Although, if they are, that's kind of funny. So, we can laugh at them later. I YOLO'd shares at 758. Why? What are you, competing to be the next half square? My dad YOLO'd my inheritance into Siri shares on Friday at $7. It was never meant to be. Because YOLO. Jesus Christ, man. Nobody's learned anything. Let's be honest, the only way I'm making $300 stripping is if someone pays me to go away. You've just got to target the right clientele. There's somewhere where you're hot, Frosted Flakes. Just work on a more niche market. I have 4 Siri calls left that are already paid for from taking profit on others. I think I learned something from Revlon. Nice. Although, I don't think this is anything like Revlon. Bro, I'm Half Squart's older brother, Full Squart. Not over leveraged, but I'd certainly prefer it to run than to not. That'd be cool. The only reason I bought Siri is because I was derfed up on Dayquil. Trash money. Man, you could have bought more Dayquil with that money. I don't think Siri is like Revlon, but I'm not exposing myself to risk like I used to. Smart. What is this? Hmm. Oatmeal? Have you ever tried lean? No. Can you explain why it's not like Revlon? Well, they haven't already filed bankruptcy. So that's a big part of it. Not yet. You want to? Not particularly. No. I'm not over leveraged on Siri yet. I'm waiting for it to touch Gamma Max to confirm a run before I full port into calls. I just checked Ortex. It looks like shorts aren't even trying to cover. They've borrowed even more shares. Yeah. I want to sell call spreads at 45, 70, 75 for $1. Do you think it'll happen? I wanted to do the exact same thing, except I wanted to sell them at 65, 70 for $3. And no, I don't think it's going to happen. In the money calls have been kind of selling off a little bit, so they're starting to lose their support. And I'm pretty sure that the like 60, 65, 70 and 75 calls are all sold. I've been looking for an entry on F for my boomer port. Any insights? You know there's other car companies, right? We could take a look. $11 looks cheap. It doesn't seem like a bad buy at 11. My investment in Siri goes only as far as my 3-month free trial that keeps renewing. That doesn't sound like a 3-month free trial. The shorts did borrow more shares. I know they're not trying to cover. They're trying not to get fucked. Holy shit, this is dull. Is it gonna break down? Who knows? I'd like snow to sell off a little more. I guess I have till August. I think my paper trade account for futures options is going to learn a lesson today about averaging down bad positions too much. I'm glad it's a paper account. Yeah, that would be a rough lesson to learn in real life. 10 minutes behind. Ray bought too much Siri. It's only half my port. No cause for concern. Excellent. What would be the confirmation that Siri players have gotten out of being fucked? If they can get their puts back in the money? What would be confirmation? You're thinking 0.25 is priced in yet? Or once that's released, we may see some downside. I think 0.25 is largely priced in, although guidance will matter. Because the bull case here is that this is the last Fed rate increase. They're already talking about it, even though the Fed has said that they're going to do 2 or more. Do you think Tesla has more room to the downside left, or do you think the pullback is about done? I think Tesla has a lot of room to the downside. But I wouldn't go short here just yet. It's getting close to a price where I would consider it. But yeah, I would stay away from the bounce. If JPEG is Ultra Hawk 9000 on Wednesday, the market really isn't prepared as far as downside support, is it? Uh, a little bit, but no, not a lot. I mean, I expect that if he does that, they're gonna do everything in their power to keep their sold puts from going in the money. They may not be successful, but they're gonna sure as hell try to keep it from dropping. Tell us why. What are you trying to give me more Tesla copium? Is Carl coming back when Tesla needs shorting? Carl's always short Tesla. Even if it's going up, if it's going down, his position's the same. I just entered my first SPX spread for the week. You're selling weekly spreads on SPX? Got some big balls, Safrel. If we break up here, what sort of upside range do we have? 45, 70 possible. 75. Maybe now ES gets the test? Nope. Still missing. Hmm. I'm not sure this looks very bullish at all. It's also not prepared to go down. No bot puts. There's a lot of bot puts. Actually. They're just kind of far out of the money, I think. There's a bunch at 45.50. Not much at 45.45, but 45.40 and down, there's quite a few. Hmm. Total options volume today is just really low anyway. Although the 45.55 is starting to pick up some volume. Debit spreads? Oh, okay. Weekly spreads on SPX? Are you the MN? SPY with barely over 20 million volume at noon on a Monday after monthly expiration is kind of wild. We will need lots of near the money to come in right to push it into them. What? To push what? The price into the puts? I've been meetings all day. What number are these pumpers shooting for? I thought it was 45.75, but now I think it's like 45.60. Because it looks like the out of the money call positioning's being sold short. Should I sell some of my Siri position for guaranteed upside movement? What level do they get their puts back in the money on Siri? $4 and $5. Would you say QQQ would outperform SPY to the downside? Isn't it? I mean, NQ is already doing worse than SPX today anyway. That's like 13 BPS up to SPY's almost 50. Or SPX is almost 50. Yields going up. Okay, that's interesting. Considering the rebalance that just happened, but I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, SPY's got more weighting now in the Mag 7 than NQ does. So it's possible that SPY starts to pick up a little more, well, a little more volatility, right? Because now it has more exposure. The Siri full port play hasn't panned out after almost 2 days. Is it over? No. Also, why did you full port Siri? Sarcasm. I see. Fubert getting hammered today. Yep. Yep. Looks like it's heading back to 237 or 223, which is great for my covered calls at 250. Even better for the ones I sold at 3. Hey, Atomic might keep some of his shares. Did we peak for the day right there? Maybe. I don't want to say yes. We still haven't tested we we still haven't tested 4590. We got kind of close. 4588.25. Do you pay TradingView for live ES data or just link it in through your broker? No, it's a pain in the ass to link it through the broker. I just pay for it. It's like $5 a month. Are institutions short on Siri just using the market maker dehedging of the call YOLOers to help drop the price? Or is this all just shorting FTDing? It's a lot of shorting. But they're running out of liquidity to short with right now. So it might start to turn around. I asked Siri if I should full port into Siri. She responded with the gambling addiction hotline phone number. Nice. That's the AI. It's getting better. For the sake of sounding dumb, I'm still learning. Why is everyone so obsessed with SPY? I don't know. I don't like SPY. How are they making money selling calls? Because the market maker buys them. And so you receive a premium. Also, SPY's the most actively traded ETF. Do you have Greeks on T by any chance? Just need Gamma Max at this point. Thanks. I don't think it matters. I mean, I have them, but I'll tell you right now that they don't matter a lot. T's price is not significantly influenced by its options chain. Gamma Max is at $19. How's it you sold CCs in the money and you didn't get assigned? Well, if you sell theta on them, you're very unlikely to be assigned early. It's when they approach expiration that the chance of assignment goes up. They don't just automatically get assigned because they're in the money. If they're in the money at expiration, they can be automatically assigned. Is there DD you did on Siri anywhere? I just want to follow along. Sort of. Oh yeah, I was supposed to make a video about that. I might do that tonight. We'll see. I posted a thing on my Twitter that has the like my at least my initial thoughts on it. Speaking of Greeks, do you think Pythagoras had any idea how profitable triangle trying would become? Twitter or X? You mean your ex? Wait, what? What are you talking about? What's Elon done? He's rebranding Twitter? Oh, Jesus. What a dipshit. X gonna give it to you? We're so close. Nope, we did it. We tested 4560. We're still we're still short on ES though. 45.88.75. So one tick higher. Why is this so fucking grindy? No, we didn't test 45.90 on futures. Jesus fucking Christ, this is just the worst. Hard fall here? I don't know, maybe. Future seller is gonna move down? Probably not. I did 87.50, then 88.25, then 88.75. About 10,000 shares of Siri at 7.95. Am I safe? Um, you will be in 10 years when the dividend makes up the loss. There has to be a joke to be made about X Blue. I don't know. Have you thought about just quad boxing trading views since you can put feuds on there? No. No, I haven't. I don't want to stream my trading review account all day. MOASS in 10 years confirmed. Thoughts on 454p on SPY? Maybe. I'm kind of excited about this breakdown. Although I still think it's going to take like another hour to go anywhere. See? Especially if we break here to the downside. I want a lower low. So I want this to like expand. That. Or like that. That'd be cool. Spook out some of the calls. I'm gonna leave this here. Siri almost out of liquidity. Pretty close. ETFs are getting tapped a little more right now. But the underlying liquidity's dried up. I'm not really sure Siri has all that much ETF liquidity. Volume's at 21.24 million so far. Am I missing an opportunity to shorten a video here? I feel like I am. Maybe I already missed it. I should have just shorted it on the test of 450. Eh. I heard my name and calls. I'm here, Dad. Hey, what's up, man? Have you made your cat friend a tiny grilled cheese? No. I don't think you're supposed to feed cats bread because they're predators. I'm curious, did the GME tips move at all with the AMC action over the weekend? A little bit, yeah. But not a lot. Hmm. And most of it in like in after hours and pre-market, and now they seem to be expanding again. So yeah, it triggered a little bit of covering. I think some of the ETF shorts got spooked on R1K, but it doesn't seem to be a persistent effect. How's cat life been? Fine. Censored pickle. What happened? There's vegans that feed their pets only vegetables. That's called animal abuse. Cats just can't survive without any meat, but eating non-meats as part of their diet is fine. Our cat likes lettuce. Hmm. I mean, even though they'll eat plants, I think it's more like a digestion thing. Like when cats like eat grass so they can throw up. Cats are obligate carnivores, yeah. They should really just only ever eat meat, nothing else. Let us not justify this convo. What's up, Twat Waffle? I'm back. This price action looks pretty lame. Yeah, it is. You're not wrong. Occasional bug? That bugs are protein. Look at Dad go with the pickles picks. They're actually kind of killing it today. J&J had a really nice morning. Snow's still shitting the bed. I hope it shits the bed harder. I want Snow to hit the midpoint by today. Why didn't you tell me to pay attention to these sooner? Didn't I? Cats can eat other stuff, but they need meat. Yeah. I don't really know how well they digest other stuff. I think that might be part of the problem. Did any of the pickles picks miss today? Upstart's down, J&J down, QCOM down. Or J&J up, Upstart down. Snow down. Yeah. Huh. Look at me go. I tried to be patient with a pickles pick entry, but I missed out. Yeah, it's okay. There's always another one. They'll eat any meat, any catch their former owners, the fallen on the battlefields. Regional banks have some good news today, or just riding some market ups. I don't think so. Were there any? There might have been bank earnings this morning. Who knew all it took to get the wife back was a few picks of the pickle? I thought you were sending those to cheerleaders nowadays. The pumper's closing any of their sold puts? If not, they deserve to get wrecked. Uh, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I wanna say they're gonna try to use this opportunity to do that, but why the fuck do I keep going blurry? My name is not Alfonso. Your wife is wrong. Express seems happy again. Well, it doesn't have anything to be sad about. Holy fuck, it's up like 10% today. Did wheat limit up and stop? How is this not bearish as fuck right now? Oil's up 2.5% today, and wheat limit up halted. If you die in your house, I've heard that your dog will wait 3 weeks before eating you. A cat, 3 days. Well, cats don't like spoiled meat, so that makes sense. Inflation is fixed. Nothing to see here. JPOW, I think. And if the Fed continues to push that narrative with food and oil costs rising, we're fucked. If only I stayed in wheat a year ago. The point of the wheat play a year ago was to sell it when it peaked and then buy back in on the drops with like leaps. Wheat was pretty good last year. Wheat prices can keep going up. I have 80 acres to come off in a week. Nice. Zero DT 45.55 puts at the top here. Uh I don't know. I still want futures to retest. I still want futures to test 45.90. Does that fill the gap? Oh my god, where's the gap? Oh, the gap's way the fuck up. The gap's at 45.95. Damn, we still haven't fucking filled that thing, huh? Interesting. Futures have a fairly solid trend line from 8:16 a.m. to now. If you ignore the dip at 9:45 a.m., they have a pretty solid trend line even with the dip. The problem is it's not breaking higher than 45.90. Like it just keeps getting rejected. It's finding support higher, which is arguably bullish. But it could also mean that there's less time for the bulls to gain any significant momentum. Probably the fourth time you got this already today, but I'm late and I don't know anything outside of Pickles Picks. Any new developments or expectations today? Not really. A bunch of call interest came in first thing this morning at market open between like 45.65 and 75. As we pushed up above 45.50. So the long side got more bullish, which was expected in that range. Although it's had a very difficult time realizing any profitability from all of that call buying. Now it may be starting to break down into the end of the day because they're really not getting any traction on the out of the money calls. Ooh, that's a lower high. Futures failed at 45.88 there. Huh. Candle's not closed yet, I guess. I need 4,500 to feel something. I'd be pretty happy with like 4,500 or 4550, 4450. This would make me happy. What's the evolution stages of Charmadillo? Charmadillo, Charmazard, Charmageddon? It doesn't evolve. It's just Charmadillo. How do you like using Weeble so far? It's alright. I mean it's got its advantages. It's got a very easy UI. Coming over to Weeble from TDA, TOS Web has been having problems lately. You're gonna lose out on some of the complexity that TOS allows, but in return you get a simpler interface. Does Meta look like it'll go any lower today? Good question. 290 is probably pretty well defended. Meta. Hmm. Jesus Christ. Gamma neutral on Meta is at 173. Delta neutral's at 300. Well, 295 and 221. I don't know. If it slips below 290, it gets really, really bearish. Gamma Max is still moving up. A lot of call interest fell off on Friday, and a lot of shorter dated call interest fell off on Friday. So, dealer Delta fell negative. Gamma's still slightly positive. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to continue down, but it may be a little slow. I'd be interested to see what the options data for today look like. If we continue to see calls sell off today, then I would say it's getting pretty bearish. But right now, there's still some potential for it to bounce back up to 295. Webull allows degenerate trading. Yeah, they do. They're pretty comfortable allowing that. It's nice. Spinach is the best vegetable. Change my mind. What about Brussels sprouts? Or asparagus? How's Siri liquidity looking? Like it ran out. So tapping ETFs, but they might run into some problems if we start to see an increase of volatility into the end of today. Remember that position on it is very, very Vega sensitive. Yeah, underlying liquidity doesn't look good. It looks like they've roughly run out of it, and pretty early today too. But ETF liquidity, oh, I would say they still have a little bit more room, or they're having a harder time getting ETF liquidity today. That I would need more time to be able to tell you. Right now it's still too early, but yeah, the underlying looks fairly topped out. Nearly seconds and third, nearby seconds and third on the veggie list. Interesting. I'm a zucchini kind of guy. The dude on Wall Street Bets that was almost 1,600 contracts and 20K shares just closed out and is now in puts. Nice. I have starter Jan Leap $8 for Siri. Would you wait more to pick up some more? Um, I'd be careful getting too much exposure to it. I don't know. What do the Jan Leaps cost now? They've got to be cheap. At 8? Yeah, they're pretty cheap. Not bad. The Jan 675 calls just moved out of the money on that. On today's drop. That's pretty significant. September. Most of the interest for September is at like 6 and 5 on the call side. Puts, yeah, see all the put interest is like 5 and under. So as long as we stay above that, I'm not super concerned. Although this would benefit from more call buying. The August 18 puts, yeah, 5, under 5. Calls at 5 are really strong on August 18. Also 7. 46,000 calls at $7. Hmm. Fed decision usually see IV crush, usually sees IV spike, and then yeah, there's usually crush, but it usually comes the day after. Generally, the volatility stays pretty high into close because you have the speech ongoing through that time period, like the press conference. No, we still haven't hit 45.90 on futures. It continues to fail the resistance. Actually, I think this is breaking down. Like futures looks like it's failed. It's failed the top. I don't know how much it's going to break down, but it does look like it's failed the top. Like we got our high test here, right? Piece of shit. Right there. This is a lower high than both of the prior ones. And you know, we're getting a better breakdown through the trend than we did back here. So we'll see if this continues. If this breaks down below 45.82, then I would say it's a confirmed breakdown, and then we see if it picks up momentum. Ah. Any more drugs in my nose. Half of those are mine. Oh Jesus. I don't even want to know what your position is on it. I know you too well. This pile of trash SPS gonna go down at all? I'm still sitting out here holding the put side of my straddle, and I'd like it to print. That'd be cool. I don't know if the put side of my straddle is gonna print today. What strike did I have that at? Where is it? Yeah, I have till August 4th. The call side printed pretty nicely. I was happy with that. I got out of that like right around open. I have starter jam leaps. Okay. Selling 45.50 DTE, 550 DTE, $2 call in the money for Fubo. Doing this, I'd be wanting to target a decay and delta, but there's so much risk doing so. There's $2 risk. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. That sounds awful. So you want to sell covered calls at 2 for 2020? Why? Why do you want to sell so much theta? That eliminates your ability to roll them out, you know. I'll surprise you one day. Maybe not today, but it'll happen. Yeah, this doesn't look too different from Friday. Although a lot of the positioning that was there this morning kind of just looked like they rolled it off to today from Friday, right? Like it looked like 50, 45, 45, 40 just got rolled over to today. Whatever happens today, safe to say we'll chop into FOMC. I mean, we could still move ranges before FOMC. I don't think it's safe to say that we'd be flat. If ES closed under 45.85 today, my paper account doesn't lose money. Can I still learn my lesson from averaging down a bad position too much? Maybe? Gotcha. I was seeing the higher premium and imagine a percent drop in the position as opposed to flexibility. Even if it drops, the delta wouldn't decay that much, right? Thanks, Dad. Yeah, because you have so much theta. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What is going on here? I don't like that. Everything's fucking flat. Even the ups are boring. VIX is kind of grinding up, though. I don't think it's covered calls closing, or sold calls closing. Siri, positive or negative beta? I mean, I think negative, but I think it's more influenced by Nasdaq volatility. Like I think the positioning on it is like volatility exposed, not so much index exposed. But there's there's the vol index correlation, so hmm. So what's the balance in the money cover calls? You want enough time? So if those fall out of the money, it will get wrecked immediately by theta and drop in delta. Is this right? Thanks for answering my rookie questions. I mean, when you generally don't want to sell in the money cover calls. Uh Usually if you're bullish on a stock and you're selling like an in the money call is a bearish position, right? Um you're trying to harvest delta from your share ownership. You want the rate of decay to be fairly constant and quick. You don't want to sell like a shitload of theta. Usually, I mean there are exceptions to that, but generally you don't want to sell a ton of theta because then the decay of the delta, even if the position drops, is going to be slower. So like if the underlying is falling and you have a short dated contract, the delta is going to drop really quickly. But if you have a long dated contract, it's gonna take a really long time to fall off. Selling in the money is a more conservative position to hedge downside. It's not necessarily more conservative. I mean, it carries assignment risk. Advice for managing a straddle strangle during a volatile event like the FOMC meeting. I don't know, just close them when they're green. That's I found that to be the most effective strategy. So generally speaking, as the delta neutral positioning breaks up into the FOMC meeting, you get a lot of price action like this, or you'll get like this, right? And so closing your straddles or strangles there and there is usually best. And then, it'll normalize and pick a direction. You're probably never going to have the position unless you have multiple positions. So what you can do, and this is kind of fun, is you can get like a straddle for this movement, right? And you close that there, and then you buy a strangle for when it actually picks a direction afterwards. I know, I see. That's a good start. VIX is still climbing back up. It's almost 1 o'clock. So now I mean, I wouldn't say it's broken down just yet. It's only down 1 tick from 45.80 to 50, but if this continues to break down, we're looking at 45.79 for support. A failure of 45.79 would be bearish. So now this is the part where we look for momentum to take hold, right? So now we see if we get some call capitulation on the out of the money contracts and call capitulation on in the money contracts. Most of which occurred up here, but if the out of the money contracts start to sell off, that can start to push the downside a little more. Oh, look, support, fun. Jesus fucking Christ. It's gonna be a slow grind. Volume's really low. I'm about to cut Siri to save everyone else. Anyone playing Microsoft earnings? Yeah, Casper, I'm not gonna lie, man. It sounds like you over leveraged it a bunch. That was a terrible choice. Anyone playing Microsoft earnings? I might. Not. I don't think I'm gonna directionally expose myself, but I'm probably gonna get some coverage. If I can hope Express runs, that'd be cool. It's up a lot today. I ain't gonna lie, I got a small port to mess around with, and it's really not that bad. It's like a few hours of work to cover the losses. So why are you complaining about it so much? Are you just trying to keep it entertaining while it drops? Fuck. Goddamn. Son of a bitch. See, Ben, you spoke too soon. And you jinxed the fucking breakdown. Now we're gonna trade here for another 30 fucking minutes. Gross. Zom having a day. My September call is likey. Oh, fuck. I forgot I had that position. Hold on. Ah, shit. I needed to close the... Oh, damn. Well, okay. That exceeded my price target. I need to close the short puts. And one call for each leg. Why not? I can close a call and the short puts profitably and then leave myself just long exposed, right? Bob at 95, August 18, entry here on the lower high. Too soon. I don't like it. Yeah, if I close a long call, I can close the put. Hmm. Actually. Hmm. Yeah, actually, if I close a long call right now, I can close one long call, the short call, and the bull put spread. So I eliminate the downside risk. I mean, I guess I don't have to close the short call, but I could close it. I could sell another one at 100 too. That could be fun. Zom blew right through the PT from last week's Pickles picks. I mean, I have September calls, but I have August 18 bull put spreads that I want to kind of close out. I might just stay in the September calls. They're up like they're up a pretty decent amount. Like 40 some odd percent. Is the entry window for Pickles picks now 45 seconds after Monday open? No, but sometimes it works out that way. We're already at 45.50 and you know it. But we're not. This is lame. Any change in positioning at all? No, not really. 4540 has been kind of consistently selling off all day. But 60 and 65 call volume still really high. Zom was one of my best trades in a while. Nice. Picklesmix mentions QCOM earnings Wednesday, but earnings is next week. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I had the wrong information on my broker. No, maybe you could stay in it a little longer. I'd still be cautious of the Microsoft Google earnings, though. I might have already gotten stopped out on it, actually. Let me see. I might re-enter if that's the case, though. Yeah, I might re-enter this. If it retests like 125. Looks like it did get stopped out on the bounce here. Fucking trail stop. Yeah, there might be another opportunity to re-enter that then. If their earnings is that far out. I was just going based on what the broker said. Is this Dork's fault because he's not here to say Gork red candle? No, absolutely not. I mean, it's starting to break down. It's just very fucking slow and awful, right? Like we're getting a little bit more sell volume. The call side's kind of losing its ability to pump. So hopefully over the next like hour or so we start to see a more significant breakdown. I would say that we still have some time before any bigger move happens though. Gork red candle, thanks guys. It's just not the same though. End of day pump not looking as likely. I mean, we're not in a range where it's impossible. If I'd want to see us below 40, 45, 45 before I said that that was off the table. Good entry on Siri. Could be, although I don't think options are much cheaper than they were. A little bit. The out of the money options are a little bit cheaper, but the out of the money options are priced roughly the same. Wall looking nice to short at the 50 resistance. Is it? This looks like a terrible short. I mean, there really isn't any resistance at 50. Not a lot. 55 maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't short in front of that. Oh, looks like you get run over. Yeah, maybe like 55, 56. Looking like a good bounce to re-entering QCOM. Starting to. I'd want it to retest 125 to re-enter it. But it might get there. I think its weight went up, so. Gorg, I'm still here. Don't ask me what I'm holding. It's shameful. How's your cat thing? Doing alright. I won't. That's why I'm here to learn. Fair enough. Before I dump my Siri, think we see a continuation down for the day or bump back a little? I don't know. The liquidity in the underlying's gone. And obviously the trend is slowly shifting or getting flatter at least. Doesn't look like they've gotten the $5 and $4 puts back in the money, so I'm still in it. I don't know, that's all I can really do, right? 70s and 65s closing. Out of the money? Thank you. Interesting. Now might be a time for me to pick up another debit spread. Are they? Yeah, I don't think they are. I think what you're seeing is gamma's falling off, but I don't think the strikes are closing. We're just further from the strike, right? Don't forget, gamma increases and decreases relative to moneyness. Express is having a fun day. Can I rant at you about Siri? I don't care. Since DT options are such a success, zero DT options are such a success, when intraday expirations, I wouldn't be surprised if they start opening up zero DT options or like splitting options chains on things like with really high options interest, like Tesla, maybe Nvidia. Like I could see like the Mag 7 starting to get like 2 expirations a week or something like that, because CBOE is making so much fucking money off of zero DTs. Why did you make me buy Siri calls? I didn't. QQQ put spread 379, 377, 725. If I let it expire in the money, will I get the full $2 credit? Those aren't cash settled, Lizard King. Those are settled with the underlying. So if you have enough margin on your account to exercise, then yeah. But otherwise, you'd want to probably close it manually. Remember, you don't get PDT if you didn't open it the day you close it. Ranting and whining is what makes America great, I guess. Since zero DT options are such a success, what? Did you just repeat yourself? I can't wait to hedge my 1 p.m. calls with a 3 p.m. straddle. Win multiple expirations per day, one at noon and another at market close. It's gotta happen eventually, right? Yeah, no problem, Lizard King. That's not true. You put it on the screen, which means buy calls, and it triggered my lizard to enter the order on IBKR. I thought the lizard was still stuck to the ceiling fan. That's what I figured you meant, lizard. What's Siri liquidity at now? They're almost out a few hours ago. Did they find more? No, they're out of the underlying liquidity, but there's secondary markets. ETF liquidity, well, primarily on like VYM is still rising, so they're still digging into the ETF for more liquidity. I'd imagine they want to try to get it under 6, which I don't think they've successfully done yet. Maybe they hope if they can get it under 6, they can get that big stack of calls to sell off, although I doubt it. This is not back to spot. So this is a failed attempt to bring the price back to where it started so far. I mean, they've got another 60 cents to go on the downside. It's only been 2 days on Siri. Did you guys buy weeklies? You know damn well what the answer to that is. He fell down, but he's dead. So how did he input an order? Can we get a mascot on the screen? No, I don't have a mascot for bored as fuck. Hey, Gurk, I noticed it's been around 30 seconds since someone asked about Siri liquidity. You noticed correctly. Can I get another update? That's on Oxy? I wouldn't buy it at this price. I bought some 45.55 putsies. I'm pretty happy right now. I'm sure it will last. Bar rate on Siri, 80%. Good. That's what I love to see. I hope it keeps going up. I think secondary market liquidity is starting to get tapped out now, too. Express gonna be $2 end of week? That'd be fucking awesome, but I highly doubt it. It's at 70, it's up 12%. I mean, it's at 76 cents. It's doing okay. It's still gonna reverse split. So, it's not out of the woods on that yet. Should I be selling spreads on AMC? $20%? It sucks. Why does that suck so bad? 30%? 6.5 is almost better. Nah. Could you explain T plus 2 on Siri? That's when settlement occurs? Do you not... Haven't you been here since the beginning? Funkle Bruce? I imagine most people check in every now and then and don't watch the stream continuously. You'd be surprised. So people asking the same questions repeatedly isn't strange at all. I know. That's why I usually answer it. Could anything cause SPX to break 4,600 by end of day this Wednesday after JPOW? It doesn't look like it right now. Unpopular suggestion: ban anyone who asks about Siri. I know you are, Renzer. Can someone explain how to count to 3? I still have problems with OPEX. Oh, Jesus. How many markets can they tap for liquidity? It's like the ocean, and it matters how many buckets that are available, or is it like 2 rivers and they dried up? It's, it's kind of like several rivers. Some of them are dry. Some of them have always been dry. Am I annoying? No, but I mean, well, maybe. I don't know. What did you ask? I don't think so. At least not yet. Trust me, if you become annoying, I'll let you know immediately. I liked the stream. You're welcome. Thank you, Claw Range. I do want to tell you, because I think if I remember correctly, you don't trade options. Owning shares of Siri is very risky. I figured you might have more insight on the impact that T+2 would have on the run than I have available. I have no idea how much impact it'll have. It could be significant, provided they're able to keep the price elevated into T+2. But, I mean, so far that hasn't happened. Today's closing price will probably matter a lot. Right now, they've managed to push a significant chunk of options back out of the money. The question is, will they be able to keep them out of the money into the end of today? Specifically the 675 level and the $7 strikes. I know I'm annoying. No. I have a gut feeling that JPOW might go with 0.5 this week, and that's what he should do at least. I mean, I think he should. I don't think he will. So is owning shares of Revlon. Yeah, that's true. Except Revlon, you can sell covered calls for a lot of money. Siri, you can't. So, like, on Revlon, you could have sold, like, half your shareholding in the money for, you know, a very decent return and, like, protect it against the outcome of the decision, right? Or, you know, bought $1 puts. But on Siri, like, selling in the money covered calls is horrible. Also, the price is very high right now. JPEG going with 0.5 mean big downs? Yeah, a surprise would definitely be met with probably some significant downside. And I'd imagine a rapid increase in volatility. I'm trying to buy Jan 24 or 35C on Siri, but I can't find them in my broker. Is this crime? Nope, they don't exist. Holy fuck, this is so boring. Why do we keep bouncing? Oh, we broke down from that. I mean, I guess the downtrend is continuing here. It's just really shitty. Why are they trying to stabilize the price here? Like, what's so fucking important at this level? Have they oversold the 45.50 strike? Still? Here we go. Siri MOASS. I think we're really far from MOASSing, but it is running out of liquidity. So now they need to find more liquidity, and It doesn't appear that a lot is available to the downside. I need to buy faltering bankrupt stocks just to feel something these days, but it's not bankrupt. It may still falter, but it's not bankrupt. 0.5 would be rapid downside, followed by bank failures, followed by VIX to 30. There'd probably be some banking failures if they did a surprise 0.5. That's exactly what JPAL wants you to think. I agree. I don't think the Fed would do a surprise until Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole could be a surprise, but that's only if oil stays high and food costs increase. And that's because they won't have a choice. Why did Fubo dump so hard? Because they did the liquidity realization thing. And we went over this like last week. I was like, oh, it's like turning around. It's realized a decent amount of liquidity. I'm targeting 237 to 223 to the downside. You remember that? And then I said that again on Friday, and then yesterday, and then I think earlier today twice also. Why are calls priced so much higher on QQQ than puts? It's called skew. Siri 4-hour licks with Spy for they're not even Siri's not even in Spy. Is it? I don't think it is. I know it's in the Nasdaq 100. I don't think it's in S&P. If it is, it's probably in like the S&P 400. I don't think it is. Just a broad correlation to market. Yeah. I think you'd find it more interesting on VIX, although I'm not really sure that licks is useful for anything. Won't both JPOW and the ECB need to also be careful not to cause sovereign debt crisis in overseas markets right now? So they both may want to increase more, but may not be able to do it quickly. Why would they care about overseas markets? We want people to come and buy our debt so we don't expand our monetary base. We don't want people buying other people's debt. That's bad. We want all the foreign investment capital parked here in US Treasuries. Otherwise, the Fed's got to come in and fucking pick up treasuries, and that's, I mean, that's QE, right? I don't understand money. It's fake. Do you care about Disney at all, or not a stock you follow? I did a brief write up on the Discord about it a few weeks ago. I like that Iger's getting ready to trim some fat. They need to do that. Is Sirius still a good buy, or is a squeeze off the table? Why is it off the table? Oh, because price down. It's not a good buy. It's super risky. A squeeze is extremely unlikely, but it does have potential for one, which is intriguing. But if you think squeezes just go up, you don't understand how they work. Really, really fake or like kind of fake? I mean, you can buy shit with it. So more real than Bitcoin? It feels like an end of day pumpy kind of day. Maybe. They definitely don't want an end of day dumpy kind of day. Although I think they may just get one anyway. Because the pumpies aren't really working. Would it be too late of an opportunity to get into Siri? I mean, no, it hasn't really done anything yet. We're on the VW squeeze chart is Siri right now. I mean, squeezes don't really work the way they did then nowadays. Also, that was a European stock, so there's a lot of differences. I think AMC squeezes dragging the basket with it, although I feel like this scenario has played out before. Yeah, Siri, I don't think Siri is part of any basket that AMC is in. I also don't think AMC is going to squeeze. I'm sorry you bought calls on it. I don't care if my Siri calls expire worthless. High risk, high reward. AA is begging for liquidity because the company will go bankrupt if they can't dilute more. And it's funny. I mean, yeah. Oil might force JPow's hand to push the 0.5 hike button. I don't think WTI is at 80 a barrel yet. Close. If it is by Wednesday, it's very possible. Oil futures at 79 now. Hmm. Who's Brent and why does Biden not like him? Okay, we are now starting to get a little bit of a Danimal. You were asking earlier. We're now starting to get a little bit of a drop off in 65, 70, and 75 calls. Not a lot, but a little. It's falling off a little. Although I think that might just be the people not selling as many of them. Also, JFresh, when am I going to be able to sell my 45, 70, 75 calls? I want to sell more spreads. I've only gotten to open shitty ones in the money. What's your series strike? I bought September 10, $12. Saudis are trying to force the hand of the US, and JPAC can't force the hand of the Saudis as much. Also, nobody likes Brent. He's so crude. JPAC can destroy other governments' abilities to garner or capture foreign capital. So I would say JPAC has quite a lot of power to influence the Saudis. It's not often you see Dixie up, oil up, market up, VIX up all the same time. It's a weird day. I think we're just seeing a lot of repositioning today. I think tomorrow we'll probably find a new trading range, and then we'll stay in that range and into the FOMC meeting. I have $1,700. Would you recommend buying tacos or GameStop? Thinking from an investment perspective. Well, tacos will feed you and nourish you. GameStop will do the opposite. Can you make that range go down? I mean, no. Tacos will nourish? Yeah. They have protein, sometimes onion, cilantro. Holy fuck, this is boring. Gluten free as well. Ooh, yeah, there you go. I'm not finding the taco ticker. Can we diss on flat earthers again? Don't say anything, that guy will come back. Just keep believing the earth is round, sheep. Jesus Christ. Uh, I can't remember a day flatter than this. There, there were days last week that were almost as boring. Nice, Johnny. Earth is flat. I'm sorry to tell you. Okay, thanks, dude. Wait, was Del Taco delisted? I don't think so. Didn't they merge with somebody? You're a man of the world and has refined taste. Do you have a fancy pillow? Yeah. They don't make the one I like anymore. Oh no. Do you wear a robe? I don't own a robe. No. Del Taco is owned by Jack in the Box. NASDAQ Jack. There you go. Yeah. Can you get a robe that fits all of your legs? Probably. Are synthetic longs at 250 a good idea right now? On what? Would you buy puts on IWM here? I don't even want to trade today, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I'm here, but only in spirit. I mean, yeah, IWM kind of looks like shit. It did move up a little bit today, although all of the indexes besides NASDAQ kind of did. Hmm. I really hope Zom hits 107. That'd be fucking dope. Upstart to 48. Well, I'm more worried about like 52, 50, and 50 right now than I am about 48. But after 50, gamma flattens down to like 45. So it's unlike if it continues to drop through 50, it's unlikely to find support until it hits like 45, 46. The dude sent it in on 1600 series calls, sold, and doubled down on AMC. Okay, who gives a shit? For the Zom play, when would you cut the short term in the money call? Hmm. I wanted to do it today. Like the short call? I was thinking about cutting it. I also have bull put spreads open on it, so I was thinking about cutting those as well. Hmm. Because I think it'll move higher, and so I don't want to keep carrying the short call because it's just eating into profitability at that point, right? Are we going to test 45.90 and futures again? We haven't tested it yet. So, I mean, I'd like to see us test it so that we test it, but we have yet to test it. We've broken up from the descending trend here. So this is a good opportunity. Resistance is at like 45.90 here. Although I really don't see the importance of testing 45.90 besides it being the prior high. There is a gap at 45.94 through 95. That might be important. Although we still look a ways away from that. No, it's not a Fibonacci time fork. 1 second. We're just gonna test this for like 90 minutes? What the fuck? We got the test, right? Oh, no, we didn't. Seriously? We still... Okay, there it is. Ridiculous. I made a lunch. Since I was up anyway. We're going up faster than we did after the COVID crash. How is this sustainable? It's not. Yep. Thanks, Mr. Gray. Just barely poked 45.90 on ES, but we poked it, and that's what matters. Can you tell us the history of the sandwich? Wasn't it invented during like a card game? I'm sure that's not actually when it was invented, but that's... Uh-oh. Hiccups? The story. No, the history of your sandwich. Oh. I got a small collection of various cured Italian meats. I put them on a baguette. Put some balsamic vinegar and olive oil on it and some arugula. I will say this, arugula is trash. Slow grinds up are usually stronger, but that doesn't mean anything, right? I don't think out of the money call interest has increased significantly. And it just looks like as we approach expiration, the 45.60 level is going to get weaker. Also, 45.40 sold off a bunch, and puts are still coming in at the money. Like, puts really haven't stopped coming in all day. So if arugula is trash, what do you put on your avocado toast? I mean, I don't really eat avocado toast. I think it's dumb, but I'd probably use microgreens. Sprouts are best in slot. I don't know. This is the closest we've been to filling the gap since Friday morning. Maybe they push for it. Something with a bit of crunch is nice. Arugula is just bitter. Ooh, there it is. Is that it? Must have a little more in the tank, right? Are we able to tell how much of series volume is being internalized? I mean, a little bit. Oh, maybe not. I guess I could download the FINRA report for Dark Pool, like the decks. Okay, where are all these fucking crumbs coming from? Hmm. Gross. Hmm. Same low. No, I don't think we're testing Gamma Max right now. Gamma Max is way the fuck out of the money. That's up at like 46.20. Mm-mm. The gap in futures is like $5 higher. Although we're close to it. A chef once told me the arugula is considered a spicy, leafy green. I still don't understand how that works. Okay. If you really want to, Bob. Hmm. Gamma Max on up starts at 63.11. Arugula seem like mustard. Probably related, yeah. Wall Street Bets doesn't have that much money. And I think the problem is that nobody's buying the tippy top on futures. That's why they can't get it to break out. Like, it took all day for them to break this shitty trend. They finally did, and it's failing again. You should have called yourself something more fancy, Edwin, like groundskeeper. Take that back. You're the one doing your country a disservice by not allowing all Americans to think that British people are posh royals with country estates. Was Zero GTU calls going to take profit and drop us back sub 45.50? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what the point of getting us up to 45.70 or 45.60 was. It doesn't seem particularly useful. Yet, here we are. Angry Kilbasa, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Wednesday at 2. Press conference will be at 2:30. Hmm. This is the third day in a row we've seen them do this with the... Look at this shit. They create this, like, call plateau. God damn it. I really hate the process of moving a screenshot into OBS. There. It doesn't ever turn out bullish. I think what they do is they just keep buying calls and then selling tons of calls at the, like, out of the money strikes. And then they sell off the in the money calls. But the last 3 days this happened, it failed. Because we never rise to the upper part of it. We always stay, like, locked in the bottom range, and then the in the money calls sell off and it fails. Flipping their position? Maybe. Are they just trying to stabilize us in this range going into FOMC? I would say yeah. Although the outcome of FOMC is kind of a given, so I don't think there's going to be, like, any surprises. Tesla's at resistance. There's a couple resistance levels here above 266. If it stays in this range, I'd be interested in re-entering a short. Although, yes, it could test 275. However, that would indicate a turnaround. How long till this breaks down? I don't know. Maybe right now? No. No. Okay, maybe. But it'll take a while. It's not, I don't think it's going to break down quickly. I'm eating pirate's booty, Balani. I would love for you to be wrong this one time. I'd love for me to be wrong, too. The only way it breaks down really fast from here is if futures sells off super hard. VIX sort of showing signs of life. Is it, though? Hear me out. Tech earnings come in mediocre, but predictably above estimates. QQQ all-time high. So you mean just what's happened for the first 2 quarters? How'd you come up with your price range for BTU? A month ago or so? Just historical resistances? My price range on BTU has been the same for like a year, over a year now. But yeah, also valuation. Like BTU sub $18 is a very attractive institutional buy. So it's really unlikely to remain at those prices for very long. Too much info, bro. BTC failed 29,300, which I told Gaff it would do. And he was like, nah, bro, that's where it's going to bounce. And now it's falling off a cliff because it's worthless. Can we take a moment to appreciate the fact that it's really hard to keep the VIX down going into a FOMC meeting? But they're kind of accomplishing it. He should have stuck to the F and Cardano that he's used to. Gaff trades BTC all the time. He's a prolific Bitcoin trader. Are you expecting any pullback from Devian? No. No, not really. That's why I've been buying it between like $42 and $50 for the last 6 months. 3 months? It's been a while. When did I first buy into this piece of shit? March. God, it feels like a lifetime ago. Yeah, it looks like mid-Feb after they had the shitty earnings and dropped to 53. That's when I started buying it, and then I kept buying it on the oil dips. I haven't been selling CCs and CSPs on DVN because I've been expecting it to go up, but I was before. They're not bad. It's got a pretty fat dividend. I mean, you don't need to fuck with it a lot, but they're not awful. Volatility on it's been a little higher than usual. Is Siri done? No, it bounced. It might be. T+2 from Friday is tomorrow. Today's T+2 from the run-up. But if that was hedged off with ETF liquidity, we won't see a bounce till T5. They are really, really trying to get liquidity out of the ETFs right now. Look at that. Hmm. Curious. I wonder if I can. I think it's still squeezing. All right. Well, it's interesting. Yes, back below 45, 45.90. OS suggests this should be failing. The price looks like it wants to. If the only reason to keep pushing was to fill the gap, they didn't even get it, but also didn't fail the 45.90. They failed the 45.90. Although it's now bouncing, but it's bouncing off 45.87 and it doesn't have any volume. I mean, I'm assuming at some point today we're going to see volume tick up, and uh, that'll probably be more deterministic of our direction into the end of the day. So if this is going to fail or break down, we probably won't see that till volume picks up more. I wouldn't have hope for anything. Remember that the position that's in danger here is probably, like on Siri, is likely very large banks stuck in the middle of an arbitrage play with tons and tons of money to influence the price. The chances of them getting squeezed out are slim, but they're in a very fucked up position, largely of their own making. So really buying into Siri now is a bet that they are going to be unable to extract themselves from that position without realizing more price improvement. I think that still holds true for now. Did you get in on any oil stocks when oil prices crashed in 2020? A little bit. Not very good ones. I bought some ZOM, and I bought an oil futures contract when oil went negative, which was super cool. But I was pretty over leveraged at the time and other stuff. When do I get to become pontiff with my 20 Siri calls? I don't know. Not today, I don't think. Although there's still an hour and a half left. How many people do you think got fired over Siri? I don't know. Maybe some. Getting squeezed out of your short position's not ideal. I'm visiting the northwesterly Midwest. Just say Idaho. I don't get why they start trading at 6:30. That's way too early for me. Well, you're in a different time zone. Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. Am I punting by not selling like 45-60 spreads here? Fucking $3? I'm gonna sell another one of these. For 4? Really? Huh. Well, now. That is interesting. There's someone. Hmm. Oh, I can't sell that. God damn it. Oh, 5. Nope. Oh well. Put spread 55.50. That's a pretty good deal. Okay. What's up, Dork? Hey, man, red candle. I love seeing EMA get past like a Prius drive in the right lane. 1.5 hours till close. Less than $300 an hour hourly wage mentioned earlier. You're underselling yourself. Yeah, I know. I guess it's time to start stripping. Oil futures are pushing towards 80, Dork. Brent's already above. WTI is pretty close to 80 a barrel, I think. Commodity super cycle. What? Wait, are you trying to say there was some sort of method to the madness of me massively buying commodities exposed equities for the last 5 months? That's crazy. No, say Gork red candle. It's not like we said this could start anytime since the beginning of the year or anything. Well, now's better than later. To be fair, if China hadn't fucked up their economic reopening, we would have been we would have been experiencing this back in March. If China hadn't fucked up their economy for the past 20 years, US would be number 2. Tips diverging bullish on squeeze, right? Well, yeah, as long as they diverge. Although Syria's going to need to get a lot more volume into the end of the day for that to happen. Otherwise, today's going to be kind of flat. Bricks could have been a thing. Maybe. I loved buying the top of wheat. Well done. USA would have gone to war before then. It's a distinct possibility. Does that mean you're not in your Siri calls now? No, I have my Siri calls. They're down here. Dork, it's getting bearish on multiple time frames. You showed up just in time. Cap failing 260. Say it ain't so. Yep. Ooh. Hmm. Oh, it's so greedy. I know, Dow's doing pretty well today. I don't think I'm gonna fuck with it. Did you see the bear porn I posted last night, Torque? I wrote like a novella of bear porn for you. You were my muse. You better fucking read it. Webull's now available in the UK, but you can't trade options or any other securities, only stock. Webull's now available in the UK. Okay, but you can't. Okay. Well, that's shitty. Why would you ever use that? Girk, you know only two commodities really matter, and neither of them are up that much. I mean, only one commodity matters to you, right? And no, it's not doing that well. 4,500 end of day. Let's fucking go. I'm referring to Siri, and I have nothing left of my emergency fund left to YOLO into weeklies. Okay, Siri is not going to 4,500 by the end of the day. That's insane. Would you average down Qualcomm puts here? I might re-enter them. No, I'd wait. I'd wait for a retest of 125. I do a lot of stuff for artificial lift systems, so I need more wells. Oh, okay. Well, those are increasing, right? Slowly, but they are. How about 4,500 pennies? Hmm. I think he means 454 for Siri. Maybe. All right, let's go down and fill some downside gaps. There's a few of them, right? Like this one? I'd like to fill this one. That would be ideal. That would be hot. It's not even that far away. IBKR is piss poor for charting, but order execution's good. It's very good. Arguably the best. We have 45 unfilled downside gaps below us. Yeah, there's a lot of them. 45 possible? Yeah, it is. I mean, if we continue to get a capitulation on the long side here, absolutely. We could close at 45.40 even. I'd like to close below that, but 45.40 is not bad. Have you ever argued with anyone about broker fill quality? No? I don't think so. If we close at 45.40, I'll ship my pants. Where? Into close? If we close at 45.40, do you think we get another overnight pump? What's it gonna take for some overnight downside? I mean, obviously they're going to try to maintain the range above 45.25 into the Fed meeting at a minimum. They need to defend that. And currently they're defending it at 45.40. I think if they don't have enough breathing room there, they're very fucked if there's like a surprise in the decision, or the Fed committee decides to increase the amount of quantitative tightening they're doing. Like, I know it seems really like esoteric and out of reach, but their Vega risk is very, very real. If I were them, I would do everything in my power to prevent it from being realized. Why are they making risk so high? To make market go up. How would they hedge against their Vega risk? I mean, they would probably end up having to do it as much as they feasibly can all at once. Red candle. Dork! Did Dork leave? Dork, red candles. I wish we had a guy. Does anybody live in New York City? I'll pay you $15 a day to stand on top of the NYSE and scream fear really loud every time there's a red candle on SPX. I'm not going to do it. $15 a day. No, a day, not an hour. A day. Free lunch. Can I work from home? Only if you can prove that you can astrally project yourself. I was already doing that for free. Can I have $15 to yell uncertainty? Who's gonna be in doubt? I'll do it, but you have to manage my port while I'm gone. No. Astral projection screaming fear sounds like the catalyst. Could be. Hey, whatever money you make off of doing it, that's yours to keep, you know? If you're short 4,500, you're gonna need like a megaphone. But if you're loud enough over time, you're gonna breed a feeling of uncertainty in the floor traders. I think it could work. Like psychological warfare. Slipping fast gamma by close? As cool as that would be, I think that's very unlikely. Agree to manage someone's port, but only earn $15 a day net profit. Gross. For $15, I will yell literally anything anywhere. Need someone to scream uncertainty at your buddy's wedding? I'm there. Nice. Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind if I need to hire someone. Could you also scream, Shayna's got a mole on her left boob? Because I could use that at a wedding coming up. And then I don't have to say it when I'm drunk. So it's not oddly specific. It's very specific. My hourly rate isn't bad, but the travel and per diem is pretty hefty. Okay. 7C Siri calls September 15 are 50 cents. Yeah, they're very cheap. If it's the same girl you're talking about, she also has one down near her lady bits. That's not part of the script. Are you going to go off script? I need to know. How many of your friends, fiancés slash wives have you slept with? It's not my fault they all marry people from the same pool. It's not very deep. It is open bar. Open bar top shelf, too. Well, it's weird. It's like they all go out and they get jobs and they experience life and go around the world and then they marry someone they went to college with. I'm going to go extremely off script. Nice. See you on October 15th. Nice try, 1 second guy. Yeah, they realize how shitty financial insecurity is, so they swing the opposite way to the boring people. Hmm. They're all pretty wealthy. Family money. Not none of them have really accomplished anything on their own. Are you taking applicants from overseas? No. No, sorry. Not at this time. We don't have any visa approval. Almost 1 million on 380 calls for Microsoft today around 2 p.m. That's a lot of money. Gork, you went to college with me. Let's fucking go. No, I did not. Maybe I did. I don't know. Probably didn't. How top is the top shelf? Let's see. I went to a wedding there last time. It was like decent, like 80 to like $150 bottles. Not crazy. But they do have some of the good stuff. You do have to pay for that though, I think. Like Kirkland top shelf? Yeah. $9.15 or $10.20 if I'm betting on SPY dropping. I mean, more theta's probably better. Turning you to 2x speed makes you sound a lot like Ben Shapiro. Ew. Kirkland's Barton 1792 small batch is pretty nice for $20 a liter. I've never had it. I'll have to try it out. Are you not interested in 7Cs on Siri because the IV isn't as high? The potential for extrinsic value is lower. Also, I'm just not really interested in buying any more calls on Siri. I have enough. At those weddings, you just gotta tell the bartender that the groom's father sent you to get him and yourself a glass of the good stuff. Oh, okay. Nice. I didn't think about that. I'll try it. J&J running out of steam. I expect it to. That was part of the write-up. A little bit, yeah. I mean, not as high as it was earlier. But indexes are falling, and it has a downside gap. I already took profit on the short-dated calls. I still have, like, September positioning. But I took profit on the short-dated stuff earlier. I got stopped at around, like, 170, 350. That wasn't open very long. Your risk is 170 for the longer dated J&J position? Yeah. I mean, I'll probably put a stop somewhere between, because it's at my mid target, so I'll probably put a stop somewhere between, like, its current price and 170, but I think a little breathing room is fine on it. I expect its rate of continuation to slow down. I just expect it to continue. It's worked out at like 6 of the 10 nice weddings I've been to. Hmm. Kirkland Anejo Tequila? I haven't tried that either. I know like Kirkland just repackages like higher end brands, right? Like isn't like the Kirkland vodka Ciroc or not Ciroc, Belvedere? Your risk is 170 for the longer dated J&J position? Yes. Grey Goose? Is it? Same factory as Grey Goose? I have some old 454 P's from last week. Straddle expiring tomorrow. Think I should roll them? Or I think we see some downside into tomorrow. My break even is 453. What's SPY trading at? That doesn't seem too bad. I mean, you don't need a huge downside move, right? And obviously, you don't want to see any more upside today, but. Hmm. Let's see what's going on here. All right. So, downside positioning
through 45.40 has broken down a bit, but there is still support there. Um, if we slip the 45.55 level, we probably move back down. And then I'd imagine we'd close somewhere near 45.40. Let me see how that looks on the longer time frames. They have two different vodkas. The Scotch is Alexander's. Huh. They don't repack, they just buy from the same manufacturer and have extremely high standards. I used to work for a company where we made garbage bags and sold to them hefty. Oh, okay. Kirkland goes and offers these factories a guaranteed buyer for a long time and an acceptable discount. Yeah, I know how the model works. Last half hour on Siri looks real normal. Yeah. Does this bounce have much more room? I'm kind of trying to figure that out. It looks like upside positioning's closing out, which puts resistance, the longer dated resistance, now at like 45.50. 45.40 intraday, but it's breaking down. 45.45 is breaking down. So we seem very stuck between 45.50 and 60. But there's a possibility that with charm dropping off into the end of the day, we could slide under that. If we do, I think we'd close closer to 45.40. It's very tight. So basically, we want to fill this. We want to move through. We want to fail through that, and then if we fail to the underside of that, we'll probably close around here somewhere. Maybe we fill the gap if there's momentum, but please zoom into the 1 second chart on Siri. I'd rather not. What the fuck is going on here? That's so weird. Totally normal. Whale teeth for MOASS? We'll find out. Ooh. It's even funnier when you look at the layer 2 bid-ask data. Huh. That was a lot of volume. Crime? Does satellite radio reach the depths of the ocean? Probably not. See, if you'd zoomed in more, that would have looked amazing. Yeah, but I didn't. Please say halted to close for Siri. Not because of what will happen, but for the memories. If it halts into close, I'm going to be pissed at him buy more calls. If you were a CNIS, would you halt into close? Every day. If we get over 8 VUP songs to the win, I need to creme de la creme in my pants. Classy. Why is retail abusing zero DTEs? There's so many of them too, right? It's unbelievable. Give them an inch, they take a mile. Full port Siri, received and understood. I did not say that. Although, it's interesting that it has the same psychological effect that GME does. 3 days into it becoming a thing. Where it's like down all day. And then this. And everyone's like, MOASS. Any downside left in the market? Sure, but not a lot of downside unless we break down from the 45-55 level. Hmm. There's enough time for that? Not really. Hmm. It'd be cool if this just sells off again. Looks like I make 1 penny every time Siri goes up 1 penny, so you can understand why I'm excited here. Did someone tell you you only needed 1 share? It's not because of GME. It's because mostly mentally unstable gambling addicts. Back to the trenches for the new battle of 180. If Sirius makes it to 30, I'm selling everything. I wouldn't even be around for 180. Yeah, I know it's fucking red, Bob. You're not Dork, all right? Only Dork can tell me about red candles. Psh. You see that shit? That ain't a red candle. It's trying to be one, though. If Siri call game exposure from last week is fulfilled with ETF shares, and exposure realization is T5, do they have those additional days to get Siri below $5? Yeah. Can SPX please end the day under 45.50? That'd be cool. I'd like to see that happen. Hmm. Just another pump with no buyers at the top. I like VIX today, actually. It's not as suppressed, I've noticed. How do I play Dow earnings? Just straddle cat? I mean, or the stock that's actually having earnings. Does VIX track Carl's T? Maybe. Although he won't confirm or deny it. Instead of yes no contracts, they should have red green contracts on the 1 minute. All bets have to be placed 5 candles in advance. They can't call them bets. Investments have to be opened 5 minutes in advance. VIX tracks the collective T of the market. Inversely correlated, of course. Are we gonna deal with the movement on Express was? No, could be OPEX. I mean, it was up like 12% earlier. Weren't there food riots in '08 when oil surged? Now that's gonna happen when oil and wheat surge. Yep. Wait until Carl explodes into chunks of meat from using his muscles. From his muscles expanding, and we know the market crash is confirmed. Oh shit. Hey, we're starting to lose 45.55. At this rate, in 6 hours, we'll be at 45.50. Woo! So doing shorter dated call straddles, 1 to 2, call to put. Yep. Why am I making you sad, Tarnished Dan? It could happen faster. It just probably won't. I think I'm gonna have pizza for dinner. How about you? Hmm. I might go get sushi. Do you ever do naked calls? Yeah. I usually sell naked puts rather than naked calls, but sometimes I sell naked calls. My brother and Pickle are earnings tomorrow, followed by FOMC, going to take us to 47.50. Probably not. I just got an ad for a mobile game. They literally said, "Are you too old for Diablo?" You might be too old to find it entertaining. I mean, mine are just sold, so it's just. I have no reason to close them, I don't think. What kind of sushi? The kind with like fish and rice? I don't know what they're gonna serve me. It's the chef's choice. I'm gonna trigger you by telling you I made Neapolitan dough today by volume and not weight. Ew, why? Because laziness? It's the same amount of work. Be honest, you couldn't find your kitchen scale. I downloaded the Diablo patch, and now my PS5 crashes every time I load the game. Your first mistake is owning a PS5. Your second mistake is playing games on it. Your third mistake is playing games made by Blizzard on it. Yeah, that. You trust Chef's Choice with sushi? Yeah, he's not gonna feed me anything too weird. You can just shorten that to Blizzard. Console hater? Yeah, yeah. I'd be happy to know I'm down a whole $28 on my Siri position. Those people on the hotline know how to set stops. Nice. I feel like there's always one weird piece in an omakase that's potentially gag worthy. No, he doesn't really. The place I go, he doesn't really do anything that strange. He knows I don't like uni, so he won't feed me that. But it's Microsoft now. Not yet, technically. Are you going to Takashi's house from the worst advertisement I've ever seen? Who? I don't know who that is. Chef's Choice Sushi is where they serve sushi on a stripper's body, except it's a 500-pound male plumber. To be honest, I play console because I'm a sysadmin, and the last thing I want to do is go home and sit at another computer. You could just hook your computer up to your TV. You've got a regular sushi spot where the chef knows you? Yeah, it's my buddy's place. I haven't played a video game since Halo 1. Ban me. You're the reason GameStop's not making any money. Gurk, please say advertisement. What? I went to a reggae festival. I was gonna drop some Lucy for the badass set on the second day, but it was hot and sunny, and I didn't want to die. Fair enough. It's an Airbnb ad selling the idea that you can chill with the homeowner and he'll make you sushi instead of, going to a restaurant and not being murdered. Hmm. I'm gonna take my chances with the restaurant. It looks like they won't let this slip 4550. I said that 30 minutes ago. But if we do slip 4550, that'd be cool. Gurk pronounces his advertisement like a posh Brit. I do not. Why must you hurt me? How did it? What? How? Yeah, I'm not saying it that way. That's just awful. Advertisement? Ugh. Advertisement. Aluminium. Schedule. You're welcome, smooth operator. Herbs? Wait, are people running around saying herbs? The British say herb, with the emphasis on the huh. Did you say herbicide? I don't say herbicide. Lawyer. Wheat. Do you say hotel when you go on holiday? No, because I'm not Cockney. Pterodactyl is super cool. I like how you snuck that in there. You get a free one. I do not say it like a posh Brit. I also do not say it like an American. Gross. I mean, it depends on what part of America you're from, right? How do you say Nissan? What do you say, Nissan? How long have you spoken Farsi? I don't speak Farsi. Nissan is a brand of noodles? Yeah. Yay, Siri broke 6. Let's go. It did that earlier, too. It didn't seem to matter much then, either. It's Porsche, not Porsche. No, I'm right. You can ask German people. Who's German? There's gotta be someone German in the chat. Nietzsche? What the fuck? Well, short bus, long trade. That would have to be true for me to say it. How do you pronounce Porsche de Rossi? Like that? But that's not spelled the same way. Bagel? Why do I participate in this bullshit? How do you pronounce my favorite character from Merchant of Venice? Is it Portia or the Shylock? Wrong, it's Shylock. So you didn't even give me a chance to answer. I work with Germans. They generally pronounce it with an E, but very subtle. Hmm. Pump or dump at 3:30. Let's see if we can figure it out. Here's what I think's gonna happen. Maybe, oh, you know what? Actually, maybe dump, but at like 3:45. We might pump before then, back to 4:56. Or 45:56. And then dump all the way down to 45:50 at 3:45. I'm buying more Siri, but it keeps going down. What mean? I don't know. Ask the devs. Damn, 10 BPS, huge dumperino. 45:50 is not much of a dump. I know. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot of out of the money calls right now, and that expire today. So charm may have some effect into close. Do I have a thing for that? Hold on. I might have a thing for that. Nope. Charm may have some effect into close, such as massively outsized buying of those out of the money contracts in a desperate attempt to have them close 1 penny in the money. Sounds like someone's been doing their homework. I submitted a ticket to the devs and they responded, "Rip your port, nerd." What mean? Pretty much exactly that. Dumperino, same as Cupertino. No. What's the expected reasoning behind this boring price action? Repositioning? It looks like it, but who knows where. It's also sure to dump 11 cents to below 268. I do like that it double topped here at resistance. That's kind of bearish, actually. Huh. Ooh, what's Nvidia doing? Doric, we're entering the danger zone. Hold on, let me label it. Highway to the danger zone? More like a country road. Don't worry, Gurk. They're going to pile on more tail risk to survive another day. What if... Hear me out. I know you're not going to like this. What if VIX just goes above 14 here? Will the bike path to the danger zone take us to 45, 47 or lower? It could potentially take us to 45, 40. Then they'll short it at 14.50. VIX is going up, Dork. This is very, very exciting. Cover your eyes. I told you about Charmageddon. No, you didn't. I don't believe you. VIX over 14, same like SPX over Gamma Max. It might be more important, actually. Can you get a Top Gun montage going of Gork buying puts and sweating? I'm sweating, but only because that sandwich had so much meat in it. Fucking meat sweats. I coined Charmageddon. Don't steal my words. I drew him. I just had to give a presentation on how to prepare a statement of cash flows. And my closing comments were I hope the companies we prepare will maintain positive free cash flows quarter over quarter, unlike GME. Hmm. Getting below 45.40 seemed like Charmosaurus Rex feeding on the market fears. No, not quite. I don't believe JPAL will do what's right. Me either. But what would happen if he came out with a 0.5 hike? Market back to 4,000? Maybe lower. 0.5 hike? Yeah. We're talking Digimon? Oh my god, I kind of remember that show. That show sucked. Gork, red candle. There we fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. That's not a thing, Surface Smurf. And watch your language. This is a family-friendly stream. Gork, your prediction came 15 minutes too early. You're losing your touch. I know. That's okay. I can retire soon. Expecting this until end of day with Charmadillo? No, I expect them to start buying 45.50s in mass and try to get us to close at 45.51. I just hope it doesn't work. I believe Digimon's slogan was, we're basically Pokemon, but our cards are cheaper. Indeed, I watch your stream with my toddler all the time. Isn't it a little early to fuck him up that bad? $45.50 and you knew it. What? I mean, it seemed obvious.
Red candle isn't just about red candle. It's about red. It's about a candle. It's about feeling I get in the taint area halfway between the midpoint and the butthole. That's called the pickle tickle, dork. Keep it on theme. Brace yourself. Citadel first half trading revenue down 35%. Holy shit. You're telling me in a market where volatility is completely crashed, Citadel's losing money? Shush, they don't know. Fickle pickler. This is your time to shine. Time to prep 4550 overnight straddles. Yeah, or sometime between now and 28 minutes from now. Citadel is getting destroyed by the ape army. Yeah. See, they shouldn't have stopped shorting GME. They could still be making money. They lost 35% in a bull market. Good job, Citadel. This just tells you that Kenny's also net short everything. Kenny's in the Discord, guys. I'm going to New York City for my buddy's bachelor party. Do you have any recommendations for good New York style pizza? Yes. Are you going into Manhattan or Brooklyn or where? If you're going to Manhattan, go to Scars or Prince Street. Don't go to Sbarro. Don't listen to him. Brooklyn? Go to La Industry. Is Popcorn Trader Kenny? Holy shit. No. No problem, Naveed. I heard Little Caesars has some of the best pizza in New York City. I don't think they have Little Caesars in New York City anymore. At least I haven't seen one. I think Boss Blunts is Kenny. Or Wirt Tea. Oh, I believe that. Wirt is probably Kenny. He pretends to be Australian. He goes into all the Discord channels and tells everybody that the stock they're talking about is the one true stock. I thought you said Siri was 100% squeeze. No, I said 3%. This is 97% less than 100%. How about Lucali's? Not as good as it used to be. Unfortunately. Because it used to be really good. People also say Spumoni Gardens, but that's gotten worse too. Word T came out of the woodwork the moment Siri showed up. Definitely Ken Griffin. He did not. He's been in the Discord for like 2 years. I'm heading to New York City next month. If I go to your sushi spot and tell him I'm friends with Gherk, will the chef hook it up? No, he'll just look like you. He'll just look at you like you're crazy because he doesn't. He doesn't know that name. Siri just de-squeezed 97% of my port, so that's that. Hey, where's good news, Lawrence of Arabia? Siri killed Pyrex. It's gonna moon, isn't it? Put a Z in front of your username. Spumoni was top tier in the mid 70s. It's so mid now. Yeah, it's not very good. Sam's is okay. The fuck? Don't go to Dafara. Everyone will tell you to go to Dafara. He died. The pizza sucks now. Polly G's is pretty good. It's in Greenpoint too. And Roberta's is trash also. Grimaldi's for that nice cold char taste. I hate that. Does it Porter recommend Sam's Club or Costco pizza from the food court? Do they both sell pizza? If Pyrex is bullied into their changing their name, I'm just letting you all know I'm changing my name to P1F1. Nice. Or is it just Pi F1? That's the ultimate troll. Who will win the battle of 4550? I don't know. Stay tuned and find out. There's only like 22 minutes left in the episode, so I'd feel bad about your port getting destroyed by Siri, except for two things. It was insanely risky and was stated as such. Two, you make us all have to put a hyphen to tag. Who has the best calzone in New York? I don't know. Who the fuck eats calzones? My girl wants to visit an observatory. Which one is your favorite? We're thinking of Summit 1. I don't have a favorite observatory. Best pizza in New York City is located in Connecticut. No, it's fucking not. Connecticut pizza sucks. It's all fucking burnt and covered in, like, coal dust. No, I'll pass. Thanks, though, dork. What's your taco place in Costa Mesa called? Oh, there's a couple. Super Pollo? Super Pollo is... Well, it's the bee's knees.
Tell Kenny he owes us all one. We need a massive short here to break the support. Come on, Kenny. We know you're watching. Could SVX crash on Wednesday after JPOW salivating over 0 DTEs? I'll buy 48 hours from now. I don't think so. Muttering to myself, don't toe ring gamble, don't toe ring gamble, don't. It's not gambling if you never close. No, it is. What's your favorite conservatory? What if Kenny is responsible for all of retail's trading gains? What if he's the one who's been pumping your ports back to life every time you have a win? What if secretly he's the good guy? That's the most dangerous thing you've ever said. Hey, Gurk, I'm coming to New York soon with my ex-wife, and she wants to know where the best Texas Roadhouse is. Thanks. Love the stream, by the way. Just tell her to call me, and I'll take her. I've been thinking that ever since he took me and my family to Disney World. There's no doubt in my mind that Kenny was responsible for shirtless Gurk in March of last year. It's true. That never would have happened without Kenny. Kenny was just trying to save us from Ryan Cohen. Yeah. See exact location of your favorite parking spot. He brings our ports up so we YOLO more money. He takes that money and then gives us a small win to give us confidence. Rinse and repeat. If we don't get near 45.40, it's time for paper trading for a couple months. Rough. What are you, like, full ported into 45.40 0 DTEs or something? Unfortunately, there's no way Kenny is a good guy based on all those interviews and finance talks he's done. He's terrible. Maybe he's just on the spectrum. Would you stream a wet t-shirt pillow fight with Doric? But with kilts? Like we make kilts out of t-shirts? There's no soul behind Kenny's eyes. Perfect trading strategist. Ethics are for poors. Gurk is more like Kenny than any of you want to believe. No. I have way less money. Alright, guy. Next thing you're going to tell me is RC isn't our savior. Not an investor for the people. Willing to dump his bag at the sake of the small guy and manipulate us via tweets. I see through you. You got me. Gork, where did the red candles go? I missed them. They're gone. Maybe they'll come back now that it's 3:45.
Sal's Pizza, Mamaroneck Avenue, if in Westchester. Nobody goes to visit Westchester. You don't eat nearly the amount of cured Italian meats that Kenny does. He really does have that large, poor look. Would you need to do anime sounds upon hit detection? We can use a rusted sprinkler for water effect. What? Did you find a Little Caesars in the city? 715 Broadway in Brooklyn. Huh. Maybe I've just mentally blocked it out. I've been through there. It looks like he suffers from high blood pressure. Understandable. He plays a dangerous game every day. Now we will drop. Will we? I'm not so sure about that. Because we bounced like almost right off the orange box. Bouncing off the orange box is bullish. Hmm. Break down more. I still think 45.51. Although I'd prefer it to be lower than that. Okay, so that one doesn't matter because I didn't lose any money on it, right? This would benefit from being below 45.53. Any mid-tier above average glory holes in New York City? Asking for a friend. Yeah, the ones in the Plaza Hotel lobby are pretty decent. Why would the SEC ask Party City to save documents for an investigation? I don't know. I also don't care. Probably because they don't want them to destroy evidence of something. Can you tell Kenny thank you for defending my 45.55 sold calls? Let me give you a secret dump into close. He's defending his own. Check DM. What do you got, Dork? Fuck is that? Did you just zoom in on the gap real big?
That's the one. Yeah, I know where it is, but like you went all the way in on it. Like this. The gap's not quite as big. Yeah, on TV or on WeBull. This has more exchange data though. That's why. Serious question. Wasn't the loopy graphy thing you were looking at pretty erratic comparatively? Kind of bullish, right? It could be kind of bullish. I'd like it to be kind of bullish. We're gonna fill that gap, Dork. I'm gonna fill it. We're gonna fill it right up. See? Boop. Hold on. What? Hold, let him try again. They'll get it this time. Curse you, Tom Lee. Does the orange box start at 42, 42.50? I was having trouble seeing where it started. No. It's definitely not that price. 45, 12.50. Wait, that's all right. That's the bottom of it. Sorry. 45, 45. The top of the orange box is 45, 45. The bottom is 40, 45, 12.50. Oh shit. We're in the danger zone again. And they didn't fill the gap. I know I know it didn't fill. We're gonna go to that 40, 45, 47 close. Siri has essentially dropped to the range it was trading prior to its major shorting beginning last Fed. Do you think it stagnates or more shorting? I think the shorts need it at 3. They need it below 4 right now. Soon. They're running out of time. I think. That's all. Oh god, they're fighting for 45.50 super hard. Yep. Later, sads. There it is. Hold on. They're gonna get it? There. Yeah, they got it. Dork, they did it. Gap filled. It took him a few tries. Crime. My spreads on my paper account just closed out for 10 cents, which is what I wanted. Woot. I won. Let's see if I learn to not do that again. What was the gap? It was 452.79 to 452.82. There was a 3 cent gap. Now we can dump, right? Or just go up into close. Wouldn't sustain downs for like more than 2 days. I don't know. Maybe later this week. We'll see. Not right now. Here's the problem: sustained downs is gonna blow up all their fucking short puts. So they're gonna try to avoid that pretty actively because losing billions of dollars is not how you win at this game. Despite what you've been attempting to do, Popcorn Trader, it's really not the best strategy. Yeah, but I don't want to roll my pooty toots again. Fair enough. Just booked a hotel reservation. After confirmation, it gave me 4 months of Sirius XM radio for free. Bullish? That can't be real. Two more minutes to get back to 45.51. Let's fucking go. Oh, fuck. We're going to close at 45.60. Goddamn Terran Gang is going to fuck me over, isn't it? With all the volume traded today, you'd think something would have fucking happened with the price. Look at this. All of this for a drop of blood. Fuck you, Bruce. But we have 15 seconds. Oh, that's it. Everyone stop trading. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was super fun. I'm really glad I spent 8 hours watching that. I think I didn't lose money, but I'm pretty sure I also didn't make any. I definitely lost some money on Siri. Do you have any SPX values on your green orange boxes? Just curious if I'm missing something. I wanted to put them on my chart. No. They're on the chart. The dividing line at between green and orange is at 45.45, and the dividing line between red and orange is at 45.15, I think. 45.12.50. Grind higher tomorrow to force higher straddling in case JPOW does 0.5. Possibly. Having some breathing room between the current price and their sold calls means that if there is a surprise, they have some room to pull back positioning before they're unable to find any liquidity. Why did I put so much money in radio? I don't know. Don't worry, we'll find a tube amp company to invest in next. There are charts. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, not a lot of anything today, but we held the line at 45.40. So the downside remains protected. I think tomorrow is going to be largely much of the same. The concentration of call interest remains very much at the money. And unless some volume comes in to change that, we're probably not going to drop just yet. Tomorrow's economic data, we've got home prices, Case Shiller, year over year, month over month, the home price index, and then that's all before market open. And then we have consumer confidence, Richmond Fed manufacturing report. We have a 5-year note auction, and then that's about it. So a little bit of data. If housing data has a big move, it may have some effect. Probably largely on Dow, but maybe financial services sector on S&P and NQ. So a little bit of possibility there. I don't think the consumer confidence report is going to have much of an effect. Anyway, who cares? Consumers are stupid. The Fed manufacturing index, Richmond's not really an important one. It's probably going to be down. Contraction in manufacturing hasn't really eased. So I would say that, yeah, home prices, if they surprise, may have some effects, but that's probably the only important data tomorrow, and that's going to be in the pre-market. So, and if that's kind of within expectations, reasonably within expectations, probably more of this tomorrow. More trading between 45.40 and 45.70. Only Pickles pick I went with was J&J, and I entered late, so now I'm down. I mean, if you bought Theta, that might not be a big deal. Thanks, guys. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great night. Later.